And Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm not breaching the rules of the House by calling Honourable Member Peter. I'm talking about the disciple. But because of that relation to the sea, this piece of legislation, the Maritime and Underwater Heritage Bill 2024, is of particular significance to us in St. Peter. I've spoken to the relationship to the sea. But you must also know, Madam Deputy Speaker, that in St. Peter, we recognize our location with respect to the heritage of this country. The history and heritage, the development of this country from earliest times speaks to marine, speaks to maritime, speaks to water, speaks to the sea. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, you would not be surprised if I told you that the earliest dated settlement in Barbados, and this earliest dated settlement is around 1630 BC. 1630 BC. That settlement is located, or was located, on the coast. At Haywoods, at the site of what is now Port St. Charles, the excavation showed up some artifacts that were dated, carbon dated, and we have on our coastline a settlement that goes back to 1630 BC. The historians tell me and tell us that those who settled there got there by sailing there, leaving the northern coast of South America, the Venezuelan area of the Orinoco Valley and River, and sailed to Barbados. The earliest settlement uncovered thus far, Haywoods in St. Peter. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, that informs my interest in this bill, but it also informs my absolute delight that a bill of this nature has been brought to this chamber by the Honourable Member for St. Michael West Central. It also informs why this Honourable Member representing St. Peter would be in full support of a bill such as this. St. Peter also boasts, and I use the word boasts. You, Madam Deputy Speaker, can interpret that as you will. And if it sounds boastful, then I will not resile or recoil from how boastful the word boast sounds. Because I and those I represent are very proud of our heritage. We have in St. Peter, at Six Mains, what we consider to be the only authentic fishing village. There are places around Barbados where people fish, but an authentic fishing village, if you wanted one, you would need to head to St. Peter, to Six Mains. Now, this bill speaks to an aspect of heritage that includes an interaction with the people in these spaces. And I say to you, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the people of Six Mains are absolutely proud of their maritime heritage, their fishing culture, and they want to preserve it. And I see in this bill, and I say publicly, because I say it on the floor of this honorable chamber, that we in St. Peter, and those of us who identify ourselves and connect ourselves to Six Mains, expect that this bill, as it is put into operation, will help us to protect the heritage of this fantastic fishing village. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, you may think that Six Mains is only the concern of the residents of Six Mains, or maybe the residents of St. Peter, or maybe the residents of the north, because the Honourable Member for St. Lucie will tell you that Six Mains is a watering hole for people right across St. Lucie, particularly the western part of St. Lucie, as well as St. Peter. But if you've ever had the opportunity to host a town hall meeting in Six Mains, and I've done a number of those dealing with different issues, if you have ever had the opportunity to be engaged in a town hall meeting in Six Mains, you will see in the audience people who do not look as though they belong to Six Mains. That is to say, their ethnic origin is not what you expect in Six Mains. But when you hear those people speak, the passion with which they speak, the absolute desire and commitment to ensuring that the authenticity of that village is protected for the benefit not just of themselves, but to the benefit of those who live there. That passion, Madam Deputy Speaker, is in a lot of cases unparalleled. And I say that within the context of the fact that this bill speaks both to benefit where locals are concerned, as well as a connection to our tourism, and therefore speaks to building out tourism products within the maritime and underwater space as it connects and coincides with our heritage. In St. Peter, we have a number of coastal villages, traditional coastal villages. Roadview is one of those. Spikestown, obviously, and there is significant maritime heritage there. And there is Retreat, also as a coastal village. But on our eastern flank, if I may use a military term, we have Boscobel and where Boscobel meets the Risk. That is not ordinarily seen as a coastal village, but it is because it's at the top of a cliff. It ends at the top of a cliff, and at the bottom of the cliff is the sea. And so the matter of interacting with persons who live in this space and understanding their culture and seeking to preserve their heritage is a matter that will consume, as we would say in St. Peter, from Pico Tenerife to Rumpus. We normally say from Rumpus to Tenerife, which is the name of a book of collection of poems of St. Peter poets. Part of our heritage, part of our maritime heritage, and I used a military term just now when I said eastern flank. But on the west, we have a significant event, had a significant event in the very early 1600s. Sorry, in the 1600s, in the early 1650s, where Cromwell, at the time, attempted to invade Barbados. We know that coming out of that attempt and their inability to take Spikestown came the Treaty of Oistins. We also know of the connection of the principles in that treaty to the American Declaration of Independence. And I mentioned that thread to indicate to us, to you, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the Chamber, and to those who may be hearing now or at some other point in time, that the matter of heritage and its connection to the maritime area is very strong in St. Peter. And this bill, as it seeks to amplify the heritage, as it seeks to build out cultural products, as it seeks to influence both domestic economic activity as well as the visitor economy, the matter of what this bill portends is of immense importance both to the people of St. Peter and to their representative, yours truly. We have, in addition to the battle that I spoke to, one of the reasons why there could be no landing is because of the plethora of forts on our coast. And those forts were on our coast to protect coastal infrastructure, to protect what was the most important port, economically, the most important port in Barbados, which was Speightstown, and that trade with Bristol. And so we had forts, we had Fort Rupert. I'm not referring to the father of the Honourable Member for St. Lucie, but we had Fort Rupert, we had Sixmains Fort, we had Haywood's Fort, we had Fort Orange, we had Coconut Fort, we had Fort Denmark, and overlooking Speightstown, we have Dover. And Madam Deputy Speaker, those forts constructed to protect maritime assets, constructed to protect trade, economic activity in this country, all part of that maritime space, all now at this time representing significant maritime heritage. And this bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, is a bill that is crafted to allow us to recognize the value. This Barbados Labour Party government does not come to Parliament as often as we do to bring frivolous bills, to say that we have met. This government brings to this honourable chamber substantive pieces of policy crafted in a legislative court. And this bill, the Maritime and Underwater Heritage Bill 2024, is but one of those. It is significant because of what will come out of it. It is significant because of the preservation of our culture, the preservation of our way of life. It is significant because it will allow us to be able to share that culture, that marine culture, that maritime culture, with those who will visit our shores. What for us is also very significant is that it will allow our people to benefit economically. The word we use in modern parlance is monetize. This bill will help us. This is not the panacea where that is concerned, but this bill will go a long way in allowing the residents of St. Peter, those who are in the coastal areas that I mentioned earlier, but those across the north, including St. Lucie, it will allow the residents of the north to take advantage of what is now their patrimony, their marine, their maritime, their underwater heritage. Even though I don't intend to speak for very long, cannot conclude, and I'm glad that the Honourable Deputy Speaker spoke about not hearing asides. I almost heard one. But I cannot sit without speaking to the fact that as we seek to preserve our maritime heritage, as we seek to preserve and enhance our underwater heritage, we have to recognize this matter of coastal erosion and coastal degradation. The Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central spoke to July of this year and the passage of Hurricane Beryl. I say to you, though, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the challenges that we have had at Sixmains predate Hurricane Beryl. And I am, on behalf of the people who I represent, making a call, as strong a call as a member of a government can make without appearing to be criticizing the government that that member is a part of, I am making a strong call, Madam Deputy Speaker, for work to be done to arrest the degradation of the coastal areas in and around Six Mains in St. Peter. I will leave that there at this time. Erosion has the potential to destroy the very heritage that this bill has been brought here to protect. And so I do not want a reality to conflict with what this very important piece of legislation seeks to do. The matter of erosion must be addressed. I'm happy that the Honourable Prime Minister, Member of Parliament for St. Michael Northeast, has been very supportive. As a matter of fact, the president of the last COP in Azerbaijan, when that president was in Barbados, paying a visit to Barbados, the Prime Minister and the Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central was there as well. The Prime Minister made sure that the COP president was able to see firsthand the impact of erosion on a coastal community in a small island developing state, a vulnerable state when it comes to the climate crisis. And he was not the first person who we have brought, so that we are using what is happening at Six Mains as part of our advocacy. But we are appealing to those ministries responsible to do something about that erosion. In Six Mains on the beach side of the main road, there were once houses, and those houses had backyards. And behind the paling was sand and beach. On July 1st, if that's what the date was that barrel passed, at 6 o'clock in the evening, waves were breaking across the street in Six Mains. And waves had been breaking since about 9:30 in the morning. Six Mains Bay needs protection. I also want to place on the record in this honorable chamber that Six Mains, as an authentic fishing village, needs to have those infrastructural requirements that would support a fishing village. And so I am calling for the provision of diesel at Six Mains. I am calling for the provision of ice at Six Mains to service the vessels that offload their catch at Six Mains. I will also speak to another important matter that relates to our maritime space and our heritage. There are now on the West Coast, and those who are aware of Barbados's geography dating back some time would be aware that the west coast of Barbados used to be considered swampland. The history books tell us mosquito infestation was what the west coast was known for. We have at Sand Street, Madam Deputy Speaker, a small wetland. It is one of the few remaining wetlands in Barbados. The Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central always says that these areas, these spaces, are vitally important, both from an ecological perspective, a biodiversity perspective. They're absolutely important to our country. And so in this place, at this time, I am asking that that small wetland at Sand Street in St. Peter be preserved, not just for St. Peter, but for this country. I end, Madam Deputy Speaker, just reflecting on the engagement that must continue to happen. Like I said before, this bill speaks to addressing not just built heritage or underwater heritage, but relating to people. The Coastal Zone Management Unit, just about 2 weeks ago, had what I think they refer to as a listening session. And in St. Peter, our session took place at Fisherman's Pub. I'm happy for the engagement that I was able to witness, but not just witness, to participate in. The reason why I mention it is because those who spoke, and those of us who are old enough, are sometimes a little bit weary about these engagements, and I'll tell you why. Some reflect on having engaged before and appearing to have been ignored. My wish is that the engagement that I witnessed and that I participated in would not become a pro forma engagement. That if we will really be serious about developing our coastal infrastructure, preserving our coastal heritage, addressing our coastal culture, that we will meaningfully engage with those who are participant in the space, that we will hear them, that we will consider their views, that we will use those views that can be, we will work with those views that can be worked with, but that if there are views that don't make sense, because not every view makes sense, if there are some of those, that we engage again with people to say why this could not be done or that could not be done. I applaud Coastal Zone for the outreach, and I say what I just said just to emphasize that in St. Peter, we are looking and we are listening to see if this engagement is a genuine engagement. We believe that it is, but as they say, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. And so we look forward to the outcomes of that engagement and will be making our voices heard if we think that we are not being heard. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill, Maritime and Underwater Heritage Bill 2024, I believe will go down in history. And I'm saying this because on the face of it, I do not think that everybody understands the import. But I make bold to say that this Maritime and Underwater Heritage Bill 2024 will be seen by future generations as groundbreaking, as forward-thinking, and as having been a critical driver in the preservation of the way of life of the country we know as Barbados. And so with that, Madam Deputy Speaker, I give my wholehearted support to this bill. I commend the Honourable Member for St. Michael West Central for bringing it. I commend his team for putting it together, for recognizing the importance of this. This is not just about boats and fishing. This is about a way of life. I commend this bill to this Honourable Chamber. I commend this bill to all Barbadians. I'm obliged to you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and let me also thank all honourable members who spoke in the debate. The matters that were raised were consistent with what we had asked for, in the existing debate, and therefore all that is left for me to do is to remind the public that the legislation will certainly drive increased business to Barbados as a destination. It will help to ring fence our legislative agenda in relation to maritime operations and secure whatever is required of us as we go forward in the future with respect to maritime. The issues raised by the Leader of the Opposition don't necessarily contend here at this time. Those issues, I'm sure, will be best answered at a later date. What I can say, though, that with respect to what we're going through in respect of our fisheries sector, and I want to commend the minister responsible for the fisheries division. He set out very clearly in this chamber the funding provided by a government on behalf of a very grateful group of persons within the fishing sector. And he set out the millions that we continue to pay to the fishing community. It is well recognized and acknowledged that a lot of repairs have commenced, and as the minister indicated, a number of fishing boats have returned to the ocean to continue the fishing activities, and therefore, as we clearly continue what appears to be a very promising winter season for tourist season for Barbados, that these fisher folk who operate within the sector will certainly have a bountiful fishing season this year, in time for the forthcoming season. It is important that I also say to the Leader of the Opposition that a lot of the heritage issues, as those related to fisheries, will be addressed. I can't recall if the minister responsible did indicate this, but will be minister responsible for fisheries did indicate this, but they will be coming in the sustainable fisheries management and development suite of laws that he will be bringing to this parliament very shortly. So those matters, I'm sure, will be addressed along with other matters that were raised. And on that basis, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to move that the bill be read a third time. Madam Deputy.
The question is that this bill be read third time. The question is, honorable members, that this bill be read a second time. All those members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I do ask that that you leave the chair and that the matter, the bill be, and the House be resolved into committee for further discussion.
The question is that this honorable chamber resolve itself in committee on the bill. Honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it.
This Honourable House is now in committee.
Mr. Chairman, permission to call the bill in part and clauses?
Permission granted.
Part 1, clauses 1 through 6.
Mr. Chairman, I beg that clauses 1 through 6 stand part.
The question is that
You call already? You calling parts? Okay. Mr. Chairman, I beg that part 1, clauses 1 to 6 stand part.
question is that part 1, clauses 1 to 6 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 2, clauses 7 to 20.
Mr. Chairman, I beg that part 2, clauses 7 to 20 stand part.
The question is that part 2, clauses 7 to 20 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 3, clauses 21 to 29.
Mr. Chairman, I beg that part 3, clauses 21 to 29 stand part.
The question is that part 3, clauses 21 to 29 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 4, clauses 30 to 69.
Mr. Chairman, I beg that part 4, clauses 30 to 69 stand part.
The question is that part 4, clauses 30 to 69 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 5, clauses 70 to 101.
Mr. Chairman, I beg that part 5, clauses 70 to 101 stand part.
The question is that part 5, clauses 70 to 101 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 6, clauses 102 to 229.
Mr. Chairman, I beg that part 6, clauses 101 to 229, 102 to 229 stand part.
The question is that part 6, clauses 102 to 229 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 7, clauses 230 to 243.
Mr. Chairman, I beg that part 7, clauses 232 to 243 stand part.
The question is that part 7, clauses 230 to 243 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. I think the ayes have it.
First schedule.
Mr. Chairman, I beg that the first schedule be the first schedule to the bill.
The question is that the first schedule will be the first schedule to the bill. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Second schedule.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that the second schedule be the second schedule to the bill.
The question is that the second schedule be the second schedule to the bill. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Third schedule.
Mr. Chairman, I beg that the third schedule be the third schedule to the bill.
The question is that the third schedule be the third schedule to the bill. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Fourth schedule.
Mr. Chairman, I beg that the fourth schedule be the fourth schedule to the bill.
The question is that the fourth schedule be the fourth schedule to the bill. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I do now ask that you report the passing of one bill in committee to Her Honor, the Deputy Speaker.
The question is that I do not report to Her Honor, the Deputy Speaker, the passing of one bill in committee. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Honourable members, the chairman has reported to me the passing of one bill in committee. All honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Madam Deputy Speaker,
Honourable Minister.
I beg that the bill be read a third time.
Honourable members, the question is that this bill be read third time. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that the bill be passed and be cited as the Maritime and Underwater Heritage Act 2024.
Question is that this bill be now passed and be so cited. All honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. He thinks the ayes have it. This bill has now been passed.
Order number 8, ma'am. In the name of the Honourable Minister of Tourism and International Transport, to move the second reading of the Tourism Development Amendment Bill 2024.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This bill is a very small one in the sense that it is not as voluminous as the one that we just passed. And the bill obviously sets out to deal with an amendment to the Tourism Development Act. Included in the amendment is the word renovation, which shall apply for the purposes of the Tourism Development Act when it's amended to include not only the construction, but renovation and furnishing of villas. And renovation is the word inserted in the new, in the bill. Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe it is important that we recognize the contribution of the Tourism Development Act, CAP 341, and all that has done to help promote and to develop tourism in Barbados. I should first mention that it was this Barbados Labour Party government in 2002 that had the vision and the courage and indeed the commitment to execute the Tourism Development Act, which sought to facilitate investment, development of high-quality products and services at all levels within the tourism industry by providing a number of incentives to encourage developers and other persons who are very much interested in providing tourism services within the sector as defined within the law. Of course, the TDA offers concessions to all types of existing and potential projects. For example, villas, restaurants, attractions, sports. It also talks about medical tourism facilities, and it is therefore intended that with the approval of the Cabinet, the Minister could also declare by order any service or facility to be a tourism product for the purposes of the Tourism Development Act. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, this act as I indicated not so long ago, has supported in large measure the growth of the domestic tourism product, and of course the improvement in the domestic tourism product and quality thereof. And therefore, when permission is granted for approved tourism projects, it says to the tourists coming to Barbados and those who are here utilizing the services that they have quality services, and long may that continue to be. In terms of the administration of the Act, we all know that the Act is administered in 3 phases, what we refer to as the interim approval of tourism project, which caters to existing projects or projects that involve physical development. At this stage, it relies strictly on building materials, focusing on building materials that can be assessed, of course, free of duty on approval of the application. The second phase obviously focuses on the approval of a tourism project. Obviously, when the project is approved, a certificate is issued, and that certificate, when issued, is granted on verification of the completed construction activity and/or expansion of the renovation that had been completed. The third focus has to do with the license to operate a tourism product. This certainly centers on and caters to the provision of operational items that are required to maintain and certainly manage the day-to-day operations of the tourism product offering. Of course, just to give you a brief history, since 2019, there has been an investment of over $575 million. That, in a large measure, speaks not only to the confidence of the investment, but it also speaks to the quality of investments that we're attracting in Barbados. I'm sure that other honorable members will speak more directly to this matter, but the truth be told that the Tourism Development Act has been a catalyst for not only the development of tourism initiatives and projects in Barbados, but it certainly contributed in no small measure to a significant investment and the employment of staff within the tourism sector. And that is further bolstered, Madam Deputy Speaker, by the fact that the initiatives that we are undertaking in respect of building out tourism in Barbados, as I indicated, there are several tourism projects that are coming on stream, and I have no doubt that the Minister responsible for infrastructure would wish to detail some of those projects. But beyond that, what is also happening in Barbados is that we are seeing what can best be described as an opportunity for robust tourism growth in the country. And why do I say robust tourism growth, Madam Deputy Speaker? Because when you look at what is happening in Barbados, we are seeing, for example, the number of increased flights coming into Barbados with additional capacity. We are also seeing that the season that used to start on December the 15th, in truth and fact, is now starting last year it started in November, and what we are seeing this year now, that this year we're seeing it start as early as October. And that is part of the thrust within the tourism sector, where we are building out additional capacity. But what we are also doing is that we are trying to reduce the seasonality associated with the tourism sector. It is by no means easy work. It is very difficult. It means that on occasions, you have to sit down in negotiations with a number of airline carriers and other persons to ensure, especially in a very complex and robust aviation sector, that we can drive additional airlift to Barbados. And truth be told, the strategy that I have adopted since joining this the ministry some 2 years ago is one of trying to get growth. And then the question begs, we must ask the question, how is it that we will get growth into a destination like Barbados? And the catalyst for growth has to be airlift. And I'm pleased with the progress that we are making as a team within the ministry and within the BTMI as to the number of carriers coming into Barbados. I'm happy to announce, Madam Deputy Speaker, and we would have seen it all over the news in Barbados and social media, that American Airlines that we lost under another administration coming out of New York's John F. Kennedy Airport commenced operations on November the 5th of this year and is slated to run through the winter season. I'm also pleased to inform the Chamber that the weekly service from Philadelphia on American Airlines as well commenced on Saturday, November the 9th, 2024. And those who were on the flight and those who saw the media coverage would have had an extra delight that you had two young Barbadians, one as a captain and the other as a first officer, bringing that flight into Barbados, two young Barbadians. And both under the age of 27 years, flying $150 million American aircraft and touching down at the 11,000 feet runway at the Grant Williams International Airport. And I'm told that they're as youngsters, as we recall them, as youthful, very youthful persons. They used to go to the airport and they would look at planes landing here, and they decided at a very young age to pursue the career, and now they are in charge of a US $150 million aircraft. One is a captain, the other is a first officer. And when I tell you there's hope for young people, there's hope for young people in Barbados. I must also add that American Airlines maintains the twice daily service from Miami International Airport into Barbados, and there's a third service every Saturday into Barbados, and that has made a significant difference to the new lift coming into Barbados. I will also tell you that Charlotte, the flight coming out of Charlotte, it maintains at least a minimum of 5 weekly flights throughout the winter season, and that in itself has also opened up additional gateways for Barbados. And you might ask, Madam Deputy Speaker, why I'm speaking to these issues. I have to speak to airlift, because if we are building out tourism capacity, we also need to ensure that we have not only hotels and the luxury villas open in Barbados and others who are in the accommodation sector. But we have to do this because if we start the process of building out and driving increased airlift to the destination, you will understand what we're doing and why the economy is performing as well as it is doing with respect to the tourism sector. I must also add that the 3 weekly flights from JetBlue, and JetBlue is adding an additional flight from Boston, that will go through the winter as well. In addition, they will continue to maintain the existing services from John F. Kennedy's airport. But Madam Deputy Speaker, the one that perhaps brings the greatest joy to the hearts of all Barbadians, and Barbadians, you know, will ask you for flights to go all over the globe, and rightfully so. But I am pleased to announce that Delta, that started under this Barbados Labour Party, collapsed under the last administration, that Delta flying commenced service from Atlanta on Saturday, November the 23rd, and they initially had planned to continue daily services into May of next year. They have come back to us and they've indicated that they will extend the service through to summer 2025 because of the strong booking performance that they're encountering. And therefore, Madam Deputy Speaker, you may ask, what is the sum total of the airlift coming into Barbados? Delta from Atlanta on daily services into Barbados will bring a capacity of 29,920 new seats into Barbados. Of course, Delta out of New York, seasonal service, wants a weekly service, but seasonal, will bring an additional 2,880 seats to Barbados. So alone, coming out of Delta, from Atlanta, and from New York, we will have a seat capacity of 33,800 new seats into destination Barbados. And I go further. As I indicated, American Airlines would have resumed the direct but daily, non-stop daily services from John F. Kennedy Airport to Barbados. And I must tell you, even on the seasonal approach, on the seasonal basis, that the American Airlines flight from John F. Kennedy to Barbados will bring an additional 30,272,000 seats to Barbados. American Airlines, the Philadelphia weekly service, will bring an additional 4,300 seats. Again, a seasonal service for a combined total seats coming out of New York, John F. Kennedy Airport, and Philadelphia, which is a major hub. They will bring 34,572 seats into Barbados. Now, when you add the sum total of air seat capacity coming in from the United States, and I'm talking about new capacity, I'm talking about the American Airlines, New York and Philadelphia service, and I'm speaking about the Delta and the New York service. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am pleased to inform this House, and indeed the entire country, that the new additional seats coming into Barbados from those two carriers, and these are new, not to be confused with the additional services coming, the existing services coming out of Charlotte and Miami. I'm speaking to new seats coming into Barbados. This country, for the first time in many, many, many moons, will experience a total seat capacity from American Airlines and Delta on new routes, 68,372 seats this season. So, and if you add the additional seats coming out of Logan's Boston Airport, and the leader of the opposition will be familiar with Boston's Logan Airport. He knows what I'm referring to. And when you look at the Boston seat, right, you look at the third Boston service, that is expected to bring additional 4,669 seats. Now, when I reported the country, I believe when we made the announcement that earlier this year, I believe it was about, I think it was February or March, when I made the announcement that we secured American Airlines from John F. Kennedy Airport. I didn't tell the country at the time that I was working diligently behind the scenes to drive additional airlift to Barbados, so that at the time I made the forecast that we probably had an additional 30,000, and then we moved to 50,000, and now we have, along with two air carriers, 68,372 seats, and when you add Boston, we have an additional 4,616. So that if you were at the airport on November the 28th, you will have seen the number of wide-body jets at Williams International Airport. And if you are so privileged to be there on December the 21st, you will see the wonderful work that this administration continues to do in respect of generating airlift. In fact, when you come through Grant Williams International Airport, as many of you do, you will see the hustle and bustle that exists there. In fact, there are some people who might tell you that the airport now looks too small. And indeed, thank you for that. And certainly, when you arrive at Grant Williams International Airport, and they have 23 gates, so that when you land there and you look across the tarmac, you can see that this is a minister of tourism, hard at work with the team within the ministry, because you have to give the team credit, and also the officers, or the BTMI officers and the directors who work abroad, who have assisted me in getting to where we have gotten to. And we are not finished, Madam Deputy Speaker, because I am acutely aware that if we want to drive growth for the tourism sector, we have to do it by increasing airlift into the destination. And why I have to compliment all those who continue to work with me in the ministry and through the agencies is because at a time when airlines are faced with no shortage of equipment, because there are major issues. There's a challenge with Boeing manufacturing the aircraft to get them to the operators, to the airlines on time. They're faced with numerous challenges. But when the airlines have the confidence to recognize that there's strong demand for Barbados, and they're not only talking, but they're walking the talk by introducing additional airlift into Barbados, I must tell you that this country if it remains on track in terms of its strategy for growth in the tourism sector. And if we continue with what, when I became minister, I introduced was straight airlift strategy. And that was airlift strategy phase 1, because we have other aspects of the aviation strategy and the airlift strategy that we have to implement in order to drive other destinations. I do not like to speak ahead of myself, so I'm not going to, and for the fear of misleading the House, I will not do it. But there will come another occasion very shortly when I'll be in a position to report to this honorable chamber on the successes that we have made as a government, as an administration, and certainly me as minister along with my team in how we are continuing to make a difference in the lives of Barbadians by driving additional traffic to Barbados. So we have done an extraordinary good job in trying to get additional airlift to Barbados. We are very pleased with the response from our partners in the accommodation sector. We are pleased with the response from our partners in the transport sector, in the restaurant sector, indeed all the workers who contribute to the growth of tourism in Barbados. And I stand before you to tell you that when we start a movement with respect to growth, it is up to us now to continue to maintain the quality of services, and that's why the Tourism Development Act is so important. And that is why, on occasion, you have to come back and amend it, because we have to look to the new realities and see what is possible, and also look to the future, and look to see why is it that we want to make this additional step. I also want to, least there's confusion out there, that the numbers that we're seeing, the arrival numbers, those numbers exclude air-to-sea transfers. So I don't want anybody in here or outside of this building to confuse. When we're reporting, we're not reporting numbers of air-to-sea transfers. I must tell you that we've seen significant increases in the air-to-sea transfers. Again, on the side is, if you look to the eastern section of the Grant Williams International Airport runway, you will see that you often have a number of charters coming into Barbados. You see TUI, you see Norse, you see occasionally a Virgin flight coming in. And those are transferring our passengers from Grant Williams International Airport through the Concorde experience to the Bridgetown Port. And while speaking about the Concorde experience, I must also tell you that because of the volumes passing through the Grant Williams International Airport, we have put the Concorde experience into operation, and they are processing the passengers from the air to sea through that facility. We have obviously set up the requisite food and beverage outlets. We have the security scanners. The place is cooling, and there are other issues that we are dealing with there. But we are building out that capacity. It's part of the phase 1 development. Next year, we'll have phase 2 as we seek to increase that experience and bring what we have to offer as a destination to the Grant Williams International Airport. Now, there's some issues in respect of the Grant Williams International Airport. I will speak not at length to them today. Of course, we've had some issues in respect of the air conditioning in the building. A new chiller was installed, tested, to cool the facilities, both the arrivals hall and also on the departure side. We are working on it. I have been assured by the authorities at the airport that should be completed very shortly. It's installed, they're doing the testing and all the relevant checks. And of course, they have had some delays due to the challenges associated with the supply chain in terms of getting equipment. Of course, I'm putting tremendous pressure on them to ensure that we get the airport facility, especially air conditioning system, up to the required standard, because we must recognize that it was a challenge. We've had some complaints, not a lot of complaints, but we've had some complaints. But the reality is, if, as minister, when I get the complaints, it is my duty to address them, because I'm not addressing it in a partisan way, and I'm addressing the complaints and the issues not only for Barbadians, but for the visitors who come to our shores and who must go through that airport and experience the feel and the luxury of accommodation. I've served notice to the airport. They know how I feel. They know what they have to do. There shall be no excuses. Madam Deputy Speaker, the other issue that we've worked on, we had some major challenges earlier in the year, last year that is, the latter part of last year relating to the baggage system. We've implemented new systems including penalties for the ground handlers if they don't get the baggage off within a defined period of time. I'm pleased to report to this honorable chamber that those initiatives have paid significant dividends. We now have baggage coming through the airport, except there's a malfunction of a belt in short time, and I think all Barbadians and visitors applaud the transformation the transformation being undertaken in respect of the baggage handling there. And I thought I would give the House a very quick, I don't want to go on too long, but I felt it necessary as we were talking about the Tourism Development Act and the amendment to the Tourism Development Act to at least give the House an opportunity to understand what we're doing as a country so that we are focusing. I may also tell you, and I believe in planning, I have also taken the additional steps that periodically, at least twice a month, we will have what we refer to as pre-season meetings. We ensure we have meetings with the port, both ports, the airport and the seaport. We have it with all the critical players involved with both institutions, including the Barbados Tourism Marketing Inc. and others. And the reason why we have those meetings is essentially to ensure that we are ready and that we maintain a standard of service and that the luxury that people pay to come to Barbados to enjoy that at all times. And we include the Barbados Hotel and Tourism Associations, and they are present at those meetings. So I'm saying all that to say that we are working step by step, but hand in hand with all of our tourism partners to ensure that we maximize the benefit. My objective remains that we must encourage greater tourism spend in this country, and we will continue to drive additional spend, but we have to do so recognizing the quality that we have to offer, but also recognizing that the service, the excellent service that we're renowned for, that we continue and that we maintain, and that includes training and development of workers. So I want to, as we enter the throes of the winter season, to say thanks to all the hardworking men and women who work within the tourism sector for all that they do to contribute to all that we are gaining. I want to thank the officers for the BTMI, the external offices who have worked with me and have had to travel with me to make sure that we can negotiate and secure additional airlift into Barbados. And we will continue to make those trips because it is necessary for us to build out tourism. I don't believe there can be any genuine criticism of how we're doing. Post-COVID, it was a difficult period. I inherited the ministry post-COVID. I'll never forget October of 2022. And I went to work, and I've worked very diligently on behalf of this country with all the officers within ministry and the supporting team within BTM and the others. And I must tell you, even though that I am swift and to the point, they have all responded with alacrity, and they're moving ahead to ensure that we drive and maximize earnings from the tourism sector. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I didn't plan to speak as long as I had planned to, but I felt it necessary to give the House an update in respect of the tactics that we're employing to get additional airlift, give members an insight into the strategy that we're executing to drive additional business to Barbados. And I'm sure that an opportunity will be afforded to me on a later date for me to delve into the airlift strategy, the second phase of the airline strategy that we have to present, and the tourism and related developments. I will also, at a later date, speak to the whole issue of attractions. We're increasing the number of attractions that we have on island. We have great attractions, but because we have a lot of repeat visitors coming to Barbados, we have to look to new attractions and investment in order to drive. It is therefore no secret that the governor of the central bank would have come out at his last update, I believe it was the third quarter update, when he made the point that Barbados has enjoyed historic record earnings from the tourism sector. And we intend to build on our success, and we will continue to do what is in the best interest of Barbados as we build out this sector. It is a sector that employs thousands of workers directly and thousands indirectly. And it's also a sector that we rely on for not all of our foreign exchange, but we rely significant amounts of foreign exchange in order for us to purchase our goods from abroad. Madam Deputy Speaker, and with that, therefore, I will ask that this bill be read a second time.
You all vote for the minister. Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I'm obliged to you, Madam Deputy Speaker. If the applause for the Honourable Member for St. Michael West Central is noticeably louder this afternoon, maybe the government celebrates concessions given to wealthy owners of villas more than it does the pleas of fisherfolk in this country. But I'm not supposed to associate the two pieces of legislation brought by the Honourable Member, and I am grateful to you for allowing that observation that there's greater celebration this afternoon than there was this morning. So I'm grateful to you, Madam Deputy Speaker. But having heard the Honourable Member for St. Michael West Central, my commendations vary none. I always admire the way in which he comes here and does what he's supposed to do, as I said this morning, with sobriety and with a clinical attention. He doesn't pause for political engagement. He just says what he is supposed to say, and he moves on. And I do admire his style, although it is not mine. I admire it. I see it from afar off and I admire it. But I'm sure he would have told this Parliament and his public that this very short amendment that comes here today in his hands is about allowing concessions to an industry. This morning, and you will permit this, since it is one Parliament and one day's business, this morning I took this Parliament among the unglamorous, among the despised, the dispossessed, the disrespected, the fisherfolk. But this afternoon, to loud applause, we applaud concessions given to those persons who already have lots. In many cases, already millionaires. And in this day and age, it is nothing to be a millionaire, since it is quite possible that there are some among us, billionaires even. Not me at all. Not me at all. Billionaires even. So that stripped of its niceties and its glamour, the public will be told by me, certainly, that this amendment this afternoon intends and it will benefit those who have much, otherwise called the haves. As I said, contrasting with this morning's business, those who have not and still are awaiting to receive. But this afternoon, we are met with thunderous applause when those who have will receive more concessions for persons who own villas. Now, we associate that language of villa with very luxurious, opulent properties even. Some of those properties are valued in multi-millions of dollars. Seafront, posh, well located, well appointed, well established, valuing at in excess of $30 million. And when they're being sold, so far are those properties beyond those of ordinary Barbadians that the prices are advertised in US dollars. And sometimes you feel that that is a way of taking it beyond the reach of the average Barbadian. They do not even bother to quantify their value in Barbados dollars. They take it beyond us. They demonstrate that it is taken beyond us. And they say that if there's to be a sale, they are chasing after US dollars. If a man speaks in US currency, he's clearly intending to speak to persons other than those of us who have lived and labored in this vineyard for all of our lives, and certainly all of the lives of those who preceded us. They do not even speak our monetary language. And so the public now understands, after a very spirited delivery from the Honourable Member for St. Michael West Central, that this legislation has little to do with Barbadians. Unless, of course, those Barbadians compete with an expatriate population in terms of access and possession of great wealth. In short, Your Honor, this legislation today is speaking to those of great wealth. And that is not to invite emotive language. That is not to invite any hostile regard, because we all contribute as taxpayers in this country. Even villa owners contribute to the tax net. But the celebration met me conspicuously. And I don't think it has to do with numbers. I think it has to do with the government's enthusiasm when it comes to catering to those who have much, as opposed to those who have little. And in many cases, like the fisher folk, those who have nothing and are still awaiting to receive something. So, to come to the legislation, the amendment is an amendment from previous legislation, which I believe, I'll be corrected if I'm wrong, the previous legislation allowed concessions for persons who were constructing or furnishing villas. So that while and ma'am, you will allow me, this is done only for, only to compare the lives of people. And we don't like to say that they're two Barbadoses. But you will allow me in this debate to identify the rationale behind governmental favor. That you're favoring those who have much and appearing to disfavor those who have little or nothing. So I am not re-arguing or resubmitting on this morning's legislation. My comparison, my analysis, I beg your pardon, this afternoon is comparative. So I am really discussing one subject, and that is the subject of concessions given to the wealthy, where equal concessions are not given to the poor. And that makes us all sad. Concessions not given to the poor. If you promise a man, a vendor, $1,500 for 3 months, yes, I'm making you clear. If you promise a vendor $1,500 over 3 months and come back, and you come back and tell him, look, I am not giving you $1,500 over 3 months, I'm giving you one payment. And then the same afternoon of the same day, you come and tell a billionaire that you are giving him concessions to construct and to furnish a villa. A villa. These people are down there trying to furnish their lives with some dignity. They're trying to reconstruct their lives after a devastating hurricane. Poor people. And I'm not going to still my voice on this. This government is going to hear me with this continuing theme, and this today provides an excellent example of the approach of this government to people who live in this country. That there is an equal regard, and that regard is based on your life's station. And so, here is legislation, and I am willing to concede it is not new. The tourism sector has always received favorable treatment, and it has always received favorable treatment because it is regarded as our #1 industry. So one does not wish to decry it, and one does not wish to say that it is not deserving of protection. But if it is deserving of protection, the fisher folk will say we are deserving of some protection too. This is called comparative analysis. This is one debate on one piece of legislation which reveals government's unequal treatment of the citizens of this country. And some of those who receive favorable treatment are not even citizens of this country, but this is not a statement in xenophobia. This is a statement in justice. And if I was heard this morning to say that the ordinary vendors who were promised $1,500 a month and government arbitrarily reduces it to a one-off payment of $1,500.
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker,
Beg your
sir.
pardon?
On a point of order, I made it very clear, explicitly, limpidly this morning, that the government, from the inception, promised the boat owners $2,000 a month after Hurricane Beryl, after the devastation, $2,000 a month for 3 months. The government promised as well, the captain $1,500 a month for 3 months, and the crew members $1,500 a month for 3 months. That is the promise that the government made, and the government has delivered on that promise once the paperwork was in order. Subsequently, at a cabinet meeting, the government made decision and agreed to give the vendors a one-off payment of $1,500. There was no promise at any point of time to give the vendors a payment for a $1,500 payment for 3 months. So I just wanted to bring that to the attention for the sake of the records of Parliament.
And I am so pleased, Your Honor, to welcome the Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central to this discussion by way of comparative analysis. I am happy that he has stood up to defend the government. And I will let him know that since I sat this morning, one of them communicated with me and said to me that they continue to feel aggrieved at the treatment that this government metes out to them. And she's asking the government to explain why the vendors are being treated differently. And if the ministers very stridently, and I admire that as well, a lot of admiration resides in my bosom today, very stridently gives those figures without reference to a note, that honourable minister will want to tell the vendors of this country why they're being treated differently. Why is the government so stingy with them? You give the boat owners, you give the captains, you give the crew. Yes, because the boats were destroyed. And the lives of the vendors were destroyed as well, because if the boat's destroyed, you don't get fish for the vendors to sell. The lives of the vendors have ground to a halt. And that is why they make a plea for assistance. I called it this morning a widow's mite, a little thing. And by way of comparative analysis, you are given a few $100,000 to a few women. All they do is leave home on mornings. That's all they do. And all they do during the day is work hard. And all they do on evenings is go back home. But why can't they get more generous assistance from the government? That's all they're asking. So even if the honorable member is correct, that they were first offered a one-off payment, and that they were not originally offered 3 payments, why are they being treated differently from the captains and the boat owners? Well, the honorable member says because they don't own any boats, but they own the right to their dignity. Please, I ask this government, this is a sincere plea. Please go back. Whoever makes the decision, please go back and ask the decision maker to treat the vendors in the same way that the boat owners and the captains are being treated. That's all we ask, and we wouldn't prolong the discussion. And we will go back to what is before us presently for some analysis and scrutiny. And we were saying, but I'm grateful for the clarification. But we were saying that a man who owns a villa, a man or indeed a company that owns a villa, may receive generous concessions from the same government that denies the fisher folk, that denies the poor vendor, the same government out of the same location of government's money. The same government that denies the vendor any assistance is the same government that is according and granting generous assistance to a multimillionaire who owns a villa. And if he's constructing that villa, he is guaranteed assistance. A villa doesn't cost $1,500, nor does it cost $150,000, nor does it cost $1.5 million. Sometimes it can be sold for $15 million US. But they get assistance. That's the point. And that is why I welcome the honorable member for Christchurch West Central to this debate on comparative analysis in terms of how the government treats different people in this country differently. I welcome the honorable member to the discussion. And so, if you're constructing that villa, that beachfront villa, you will receive assistance. And that is nothing new. I'm not going to come here and try to mislead the public that this has its origins in one party or another. I don't even talk party here, to be quite frank with you. I talk government. And so it is nothing new that if you're constructing a villa, you get generous concessions. Okay. And if you're furnishing, let the public know this. And this is not anything new. This predated today's amendment. That while people out there trying to furnish their lives with simple dignity, there are people out there who get us and don't receive assistance. That there are people out there who receive generous assistance to furnish a villa. From a piece of abstract art to a saucepan, they get, Your Honor, concessions. From a piece of abstract art to a saucepan. And it is not this government. The legislation has been there for some considerable time. So that is not an attack on this government. But this government must now be called upon to answer an amendment which now adds renovation. Renovation. And so we must continue the comparative analysis. That while the victims of a destroyed fishing industry try to renovate their lives, the wealthy can have their buildings renovated with generous concession, and those who try to renovate their lives in the aftermath of destruction of a fishing industry will receive very little assistance, and the little they receive appears to be begrudging because it's a one-off payment for $1,500 a month. We wouldn't applaud that. We cannot applaud that. These are people that live here. Quite often, the owners of the villas may not live here. And quite often, the owners of the villas don't even live in the villas, because one of the conditions for assistance is that that be a villa available for rented occupancy 9 months out of 12. So they don't live there. It is a business. And you're rendering assistance to a multi-million-dollar business. And another business that pays bus fare and buys only modest lunches cannot get assistance. Comparative analysis, Your Honor. That is what it's called, comparative analysis. This is one government involved in one business, the business of passing laws for the peace, order, and good government of this country. That's disorder, and that's not good government. Because the same Constitution that carries Section 48 also says, and also guarantees to the citizens of this country that they will be treated equally. And since we don't have the state action doctrine, I'm talking law now, since we don't have the state action doctrine, that guarantee must come from the state. Equal treatment. My comparative analysis remains alive and well. The people who have labored and toiled in this country for many years are not receiving equal nor dignified treatment by way of the concessions. I have no problem with a villa owner receiving assistance. You're raising it, Honourable? Yes.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise on a point of order. I really did not want to interrupt the flow of the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, but I find myself compelled so to stand. The Honourable Member is misleading this chamber. Earlier, in a earlier interjection, it was made clear that this administration has tried its best to be able to restore the fishing industry, which was affected recently by Hurricane Beryl, that we have spent over $2 million, almost $3 million now, to be able to assist many persons who themselves, and I think the public needs to understand this because the Honourable Leader is misleading this place. A number of these fishing boat owners were persons who in some cases did not have insurance. In many cases, we have set up structures to allow individual boat owners who did not have the insurance to be able to now benefit from assistance to get their boats back into the water. To come into this chamber in a debate that is here to discuss a sector where there is tremendous investment for the country, where persons invest their own monies into the villa industry to allow us to benefit from tourism, and to seek to compare it with the support that we have given to the fishing industry, and to create confusion in the public domain that this administration is in some way unfairing the fishing vendors, is certainly disingenuous, Madam Deputy Speaker. The reality is that we continue to repair the boats and to assist those boat owners. Yes, the payments in some cases have been delayed, and the Honourable Minister has gone to great length to explain that those attempts to pay those persons have also been frustrated in many cases because people have not been forthcoming with information. The Honourable Member, if he spent more time in his constituency, would understand from the same boat owners that at times people do not like to always disclose what they have. And when something like a hurricane hits, it is on those occasions that when they are seeking assistance, the government has to put a structure in place, because it is the taxpayers' money that we are taking up, to assist the same boat owners to get back on their feet so that all of us who eat fish and who make a living from fish are in a position to be able to obtain and to make a living, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is sickening to sit on this side and hear the honourable members speaking that way and to compare two things. It is like apples and oranges. We are seeking by this particular introduction of this legislation to facilitate the renovation of villas in this country and to create incentives so that the same tourism sector, which will no doubt benefit from the fishing industry, is able to be supported as well. Because the same people who are coming in the villas, the same people who he has a problem with, who owns the villas, Madam Deputy Speaker, are the same people who are going to benefit from the near $3 million that we have just injected into the fishing industry and to the boat owners. But to continue along the current trajectory without colliding with the legislation, Madam Deputy Speaker, is not only in breach of our standing orders in relation to relevance, but it is disingenuous by the leader of the opposition, who appears as though he has all this interest in right and wrong, but perhaps should have had the same interest in the people at the Urban Development Council when he was a lawyer representing a number of persons who to this day have not benefited from his representation. And I say no more on that. But you cannot be disingenuous in this chamber on a matter like this, Madam Deputy Speaker, seeking to mislead the country, to mislead the fishing sector as though this administration has done nothing. I will not sit here in this chamber and allow the honourable member to continue. And if he continues along this trajectory, I can get up every single time and object because he is misleading this House.
Leader of the opposition.
May I proceed, ma'am?
Honourable member.
Without the temptation to respond, you know, there must be a fundamental and qualitative difference between a point of order and a speech. I looked at my watch during the intervention, and it went on for some time. To
Honourable
repeat.
member, will you please continue?
Yes, I will
chair,
continue.
And I'm managing.
Yes,
and I give
and
you,
I respect
give you
that.
latitude as
But
well.
I'm saying, Your
Sir,
Honor.
please, will you let me speak? I give you that latitude, sir, as I do all others, because fairness is what is important in this honourable chamber. I give you the opportunity, sir, to continue to make your presentation.
I'm obliged to you, ma'am. And I was
You're most
saying
welcome.
that there must be a qualitative and fundamental difference between a point of order and a speech.
That is understood, sir. Will you
Good.
please
And
continue
what I heard was
your
no point of order.
presentation?
In fact, it contained something that really, and what I will not respond to is a portion of it. I'm going to leave that for the time being. But did I hear the honourable member say that words to the effect that, could you imagine these are people who spend, not the precise words, but millions of dollars, and you're really coming in here talking about people who merely belong to a fishing industry? Well,
No, Madam Deputy Speaker, the honourable member now seeks to put words in my mouth. I have never said that. I am saying that you are comparing apples and oranges. And you need to desist because the two have nothing to do with each other. This government has put sufficient funds into the fishing industry to help people to build back their lives. And it is unfair for you to stand here in this place and create this different version of events that have taken place as though we have no appreciation for the fishing sector. I don't know the people to whom you speak, honourable member, through you, Deputy Chair. But the reality is the people that have been assisted, why don't you talk to the ones who have gotten the near $3 million who've benefited? To ask us to now compare why we have given to this person, we've not given to that person, and why we've given a certain amount, we have given and we continue to assist, but people have not gotten assistance in some cases because they have not come forward with the information. But you are not prepared to talk about that because you want to rile up people along a line that has no relevance whatsoever to this debate. It is not fair, Madam Deputy Speaker. You need
and as I was saying, Your Honor, we will hear shortly who are the apples and who are the oranges. We are on the theme of assistance being given to people who live and do business in this country, we are on the theme that there is a fundamental difference in treatment accorded by the government to those persons. And if the honorable member expects the people of this country to applaud nationally upon hearing that $3 million have been given to the fisher folk, let the honorable member say how many millions in concessions will result from this amendment today. It is not a question of apples and oranges. They're all human beings. They're not apples and oranges. And how dare any of us come in here and make that distinction between citizens and call one group of them apples and the other group oranges.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition, I did not go very far in school. I understood from what the honourable member was being saying is that your comparison is like comparing apples and oranges and not to do with the human beings and those distinguished Barbadians who have given their lives to help to build this society. So therefore, let us not confuse what is being discussed here and get back to order number 8, because you're not talking and I'm not privileged to sit in my chair and speak as a member, as you are, sir, or others. But when you look at it and you were talking about this industry, look at the thousands of Barbadians who are working in this hotel sector and in other tourism sectors to be able to survive and raise their families as well. We are one people, one nation. Let us go forward in faith at this time leading into Christmas, sir. Please continue your discussion.
I'm obliged to the chair. I'm obliged to you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On December the 10th, 2024, this country now contains apples and oranges. We are comparing apples and oranges. Let that go into Hansard.
Leader of the Opposition, sir, I sat here and I listened to the Honourable Deputy, now Acting Prime Minister's comments, as I have with everybody else, including yours. I got the understanding the honourable member was saying that your, I call it allegations for lack of a better word, would be comparing apples with oranges when it comes to the dynamics of what we are discussing, not human beings. And I therefore have a difficulty in you referring to it as in that way. Let us please continue as the persons who have come here to represent the interests of all Barbadians, rich and poor, black or white, abled or disabled, old or young, whatever the situation is. Let us as one people at this time of celebrating the birth of Christ coming up, let us continue to do it right. The honourable member, as far as I understood it, and the honourable member can explain in her own way what she meant, but that is how we understood it. The comparisons that you, sir, are making, comparing apples with oranges, is not to do with human beings or any Barbadian or any other investor who is investing in this country. Sir, will you please continue on order number 8 so that we can continue the business of this nation? Continue, Leader of the Opposition, please.
I'm obliged to you, Your Honor. I understand that my analysis, I will repeat. I understand that my approach and analysis are flawed on the basis that I am comparing apples and oranges. That is what is being offered from the other side. Apples and oranges. That when I speak of assistance to the fishing industry, and when I compare that to concessions given in the villa industry, that analysis becomes flawed because I am comparing apples with oranges. Let that be a part of Hansard's record. I was pursuing the point that government, as a wealthy entity, gives assistance to industries as it sees fit. And it has offered, and we now hear a boast, that government has offered $3 million. Let me speak. That government has offered $3 million and paid $3 million to a fishing industry. Let the same government tell the people of this country, don't let your consciences be troubled. You could jump up all afternoon if you wish. Let the government now quantify the value, the monetary value of these concessions that will be given for renovation of villas. And they come in here boasting that $3 million have been paid. Let any one of them jump up and tell the people of this country the monetary value of the concessions that will be given pursuant to this amendment. But of course, they're apples and they're oranges. I press on. The honorable member who introduced this amendment today, I don't believe that honorable member gave a financial value that will result from this amendment. Indeed, it would be difficult to do that. And that is consistent, Your Honor, with the difficulty that will come from attempting to police this amendment. If you try to renovate, which government officer or government department is going to go and verify the monetary value of the renovation? Who is going to do that? But of course, the purpose of the legislation is to grant concessions. And all of us in here must by now know, I'm not going to count the numbers of us in here present, but all of us in here know that concessions granted for renovations will run into the millions, multi-millions of dollars. No one will deny that. And it will certainly exceed the $3 million that was paid to the fisher folk. So that if the fisher folk are angry at this government, don't transfer the anger towards me and tell me all kinds of foolishness. Don't do that. Don't do that. Because when that nonsense starts, I will start too.
Honorable member, I hate to interrupt you. We are all honorable members in this chamber, and to use language about foolishness and so coming from an honorable member, for me is unparliamentary. Will you please withdraw that comment, sir?
It may be that Your Honor did not hear the full extent of the intervention. It may be that Your Honor, did not hear it. No, it may be that, Your Honor, this is not disrespectful, it may be that Your Honor did not hear the full extent of what was said when the honorable member for St. Michael Southeast got up purportedly on a point of order. And if Your Honor wants me to repeat it, I will.
Honorable member, will you please continue?
But it is not worthy of repetition. I beg your pardon, ma'am.
Please, sir. I respect all of you highly. Please, sir. I wish you, sir, to please continue the representation you were making on this order number 8, and do not let us get into the crosstalk and so to be able to talk about people talking nonsense. We are all members here. We respect each other, despite the fact that we will have differences of opinion. So, sir, will you please continue your presentation?
Since these,
you have unlimited time.
I'm obliged to you. I have what, ma'am?
Unlimited time.
Unlimited time. I'm not going to speak for too long. But I'll say this. Those who find themselves obsessed with the standing orders will want to weigh those standing orders against the last intervention. But of course, sometimes people need to prove that the space that they occupy is justified. And I look down the full extent of the front bench. And it is clear that it is not justified. It is clear. So don't take out those anxieties and insecurities on me. Don't take them out on me. I can look on both sides of this parliament. On both sides. And reveal what the public knows. And reveal what the public knows. That the hierarchy is not justified. But that is none of my business. So don't try to pin stripes on your own shoulder at my expense. Even by uttering falsehoods. Don't try to prove yourself that way. Prove yourself among those who know what they know. Don't let me talk about that much longer. Don't let me talk about that much longer. Good. Don't let me talk about it much longer. That is something that people have to carry their burdens. Don't unburden yourself at my expense. Let us go back to apples and oranges. Let the people of Barbados revisit this thesis of apples and oranges when it comes to governmental assistance to the citizens of this country. Apples and oranges. How do you expect an apple to be called an orange and an orange to be called an apple? How can you treat them the same way? Apples and oranges. Let that be the theme this afternoon. I am so grateful that the discussion has been joined in that manner. And we were making the point, Your Honor, that it is difficult to police this legislation. I suppose construction is easier to police. You construct in a villa, which is what the previous legislation did, so that you submit labor costs, material costs, and you have a fairly accurate figure. Furnishing, well, perhaps similarly, but generally speaking, nobody polices furnishing. You depend on the integrity of the applicant, largely speaking. And now the government, curiously, has added renovation. So if anybody tells me that this is not further enriching those who already have, I'm sorry, this is an industry of the wealthy. The word villa does not fall within the vocabulary of certain people. Villa connotes wealth, and great wealth. And anybody who doesn't know that, if you're disturbed by that, if your conscience becomes disturbed by that, that is a fact. That villa ownership is not an industry of the poor, nor even the middle class in this country. That is nothing to be squeamish about. That is nothing to be ashamed about. And as was conceded in the last intervention, these are people who spend lots of money. Of course they spend lots of money. But of course, apples and oranges. We will have to live with that language, the language of apples and oranges, coming from the same mouth that told us a few months ago, this year, that when we are looking for people to head state corporations, we have to look for the best minds. There's a consistency of self-negation and contempt for the people of this country. So make your points of order and transfigure them into a speech if you want, and include all kinds of falsehoods to score points. You're not scoring them with me. I will say what I came here to say. And what I say, Your Honor, contains truth. And if the truth hurts anyone, take the pain. Take the pain. Dale Carnegie didn't send me here. And so, Your Honor, I will come back to the question of policing. How do you police? How do you police what this amendment intends to do? And if you cannot police it, if the government cannot police it, the whole scheme remains subject to the integrity of the applicant. And we're not questioning the integrity of the applicant. But throughout this episode involving the fisher folk of this country, their integrity has been questioned. And a few minutes ago I heard about, insurance and all kinds of things. And we've been hearing, they haven't applied. And they haven't provided TAMIS numbers. They don't have bank accounts. They are insulted with the language of ineptitude and ignorance. That is what they're being told. That they don't even know how to come for $1,500. That's what they're being told. These are people who have children who are at university, whose brains are good enough to get them into a university, and the reason they have good brains is because they got the good brains from their parents. Nobody ever walked into Cave Shepherd and bought a brain. God creates all of us as equal beings. We don't have equal amounts of money. And when we get the money that we have, some are oranges and some are apples. But the people are not foolish. And they have submitted the forms. I say this in the presence of the Honourable Minister, whom I respect. That is the Minister responsible for fisheries, the Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central, whom I respect. And I resent and resist, and they reject this public charge of ineptitude on their part for the paltry sum of $1,500. While the applicant under this legislation faces no similar accusation of ineptitude, apples and oranges. apples and oranges. And this is at the heart of this debate. Apples and oranges. Let Hansard publish it every time I say it. Let it become etched in the parliamentary debate of this country. The point is made. I turn back to the Minister of Tourism in a sober debate. And I asked the Minister to give account for the projects in this country that appear to be stalled. I heard the Honourable Member for St. Peter speak with a certain solicitous regard for his constituency this afternoon. And he spoke about the marine environment. I heard that. Coming to this debate now, the Honourable Member for St. Peter will want to join me and ask the Honourable Minister of Tourism and Member for St. Michael West Central to give some update, some report. I think it is called Almond Beach in St. Peter. It has now become a blot on the northern parts of this island. What shall be its destiny? And if we come from the north and travel down that coastline, we come to Four Seasons. And we ask, what shall be the destiny of Four Seasons? With similar appearance. Its companion is wild vegetation. Indeed, the companion of both of these abandoned projects. And one rather thinks that you are augmenting the villa industry so that you provide greater accommodation for the expected increased arrivals. And if you're in the business as a Minister of Tourism of augmenting accommodations, we are entitled to ask, what about these two properties that could certainly augment accommodation in this country if you expect increased arrivals? Almond Beach and Four Seasons. The people of this country await the answers, and this minister has a good habit of responding to queries, as indeed the Honourable Minister did earlier this afternoon to the request for an updated report, and I appreciate that. But if we speak of stall projects, we speak of struggling projects as well. And I am not reaching far and wide from the debate of the minister who introduced this amendment. The minister talked about increased arrivals and that kind of thing. And of course, the hope is that we get back to pre-COVID numbers. That is, the Honourable Minister did not say that, but I'm saying that the hope is that we get back to the levels of arrivals that we had prior to COVID, since COVID has become something of a benchmark, or pre-COVID has become something of a benchmark, and we aim to get back there. Everybody understands the international trauma that COVID visited on several economies across the globe. Struggling projects. I am particularly concerned today about two of them. The first one is Pelican. Now, we all know that the government renovated Pelican for the World Cup project, which was going to last a matter of weeks. And admittedly, the project, as seen from the street, is a great improvement from what it used to be. It's very attractive, very attractive. I was tempted to use the word facade. And if I were so tempted to use the word facade, it is because there is a portion of Pelican which I think remains unattended. And this is where the manufacturers are located, in the back. I don't think that that area has been improved by any renovation. And that is an important area. That's where people work. That's where they apply their creative intellect to gain themselves incomes. That's where they work. It is from there that they support their families and themselves and pay their bills. And I wonder if they were hoping that they could have become a part of the renovations that were done for World Cup and thereafter. So mine is a voice in defense of their case for improved accommodation. But I concede that what has been done at the front is quite appealing to the eye, and therefore, if there's to be any commendation, it must be for the quality, the aesthetics of the work done at the front. Now, if I commend the government for the work that was done at Pelican, I cannot reserve similar commendation for the work that was allegedly done at Oistins in the amount of $5 million so said. If anybody can find 3 people in Barbados who believe that $5 million was spent at Oistins, bring them quickly and present them, one on that side. All, speak for yourself, my friend. Not one of them. Not one of them. Present those 3 people to the people of Oistins. Not. Be careful how you're counting, my friend. I know what I know. You can't reach 20 here. Do not be upset, ma'am. Do not be upset, ma'am. I don't oppose my friend seeking to express his opinion to me in the way that he is doing. It doesn't upset me, so I don't want you to be upset, ma'am. But I'm saying that you cannot find 3 people in Barbados who believe that the renovations at Oistins cost $5 million. And you know, after they say they spent this $5 million, a few weeks later, the place was flooded out. And the people were out there shoveling sand out of their kiosk. When I visited, the sarcastic comment was, look at the $5 million, well, they got to spend another 5. Sarcasm. Good Barbadian wit expressed in the sarcastic voice. I'm going to say something now. Wouldn't say it now, I'm going to say it later. Oistins still leaves a lot for appreciation in terms of the so-called renovations done there. Drainage in Oistins continues to be a major problem. And since this government needs to hear specifics, I will give them. Doesn't have to be a thunderstorm to flood the area in front of Shefet. Doesn't have to be a thunderstorm for the area between the kiosk and the beach to be flooded. When the Honourable Minister, the Honourable Member, I beg your pardon, for Christchurch East was Minister, we visited that area. We did what is called a site visit. Before him, I did a site visit with the then Minister of Tourism, the Honourable Member for St. James Central, with the entire high-level staff of BTMI and the Tourism Product Authority, I think that's the name of it. And subsequent to those visits, there was considerable improvement done to the area of Oistins, and the flooding abated for a while. Nobody claimed to have spent $5 million then. But now this government is claiming that they spent $5 million and the flooding is now worse than it was before. After having spent, they say, $5 million. There's a 3-letter word, not a 4-letter word. There's a 3-letter word that will describe that claim that this government spent $5 million on Oistins. And it hurts the government to hear that this will be a continuing debate from this side. That no one who has disposed himself in building will believe that $5 million was spent on Oistins. Where did they spend it? Where was it spent? On the right tanks? I wonder how much each tank costs. Madam Deputy Speaker, what's the price of a tank? Or it was the most expensive paint ever sold in Barbados. Or to extend the kiosk with a veranda. $5 million, and the place is still flooding. And the government or those responsible immediately can, like the ostrich, bury their heads in the sand and believe that the people at Oistins are impressed. Generally speaking, they may not be impressed. They may not be impressed. And I want to remind the government that Oistins is a critical portion of the fishing industry. Indeed, the Bay Garden derives its business from the fishing industry, most directly. The market obviously derives its industry from the Bay Garden, from the fishing industry, I beg your pardon. The government can continue to bury its head in the sand like the proverbial ostrich and believe that you just throw a figure in the air, $5 million. Not 5.5, $5 million. Beg your pardon, $5 million. Not 5.5 or 4.5 or 3.75. $5 million. Now, the Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central stood up in here today and gave precise figures. As he said, down to 99 cents. And I have it written down, Honourable Member. have it written down. I write down what the Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central says, and the Honourable Member for St. Michael West Central. What a happy coincidence. Both West Central. Both West Central. I write down what they say. And the Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central gave precise figures today of payments having been made to the fisher folk. And I wrote it down in acceptance. I don't believe he's going to come in here and lie on that matter, nor any matter, honestly. But no one has been able to tell this chamber, nor the people of this country, what is a precise figure that was spent at Oistins. $5 million. How? It sounds so sweet, though. For them to trumpet across this nation, oh, we spent $5 million on y'all, up the coast. Aren't y'all happy? While the Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central is giving precise figures in here today. What is the precise figure on Oistins? $5 million? To the last dollar? The Honourable Member today boasted, I have it down. He said I didn't even bother to put it to the dollar. He said 99 cents. I heard it. 99 cents. But the people at Oistins are supposed to accept, and not only the people at Oistins, but the people of Barbados, who must repay the loan of $50 million. Whatever one says, the people of Barbados are burdened to pay back $50 million, which was borrowed for World Cup, and mysteriously, St. Peter Sixmans Bay couldn't get a cent. Paynes Bay couldn't get a cent. Concept Bay could not get a cent. The small one at Silver Sands, not a cent. But Oistins, Your Honor, $5 million. So that when the people of Barbados say that they have lost confidence and trust in this government, when they say that they have lost trust and confidence in this government, therein lies the evidence. That one minister is coming in here today giving precise figures of expenditure. And the people of this country are told, look, we take up $5 million of your dollars precisely, and Oistins cost exactly $5 million. So don't unburden yourself. Don't unburden yourself. Don't shed your anxieties and insecurities based on a discomfort as to why you're there. And the disapproval lurks very close by. The disapproval lurks very close by. But unburden yourself. So I asked this government to account for the claims of Oistins, where the project is clearly not satisfactory. The project is a project unfinished. I asked this government to account for the Pelican project, clearly unfinished, to the disadvantage of the manufacturers in the back of the complex. Nobody is going to see them, so why spend money on them? Has that been government's approach? So I will come now to the other projects that are connected to tourism. And the casual observer will commend the administration for creating an environment in which people now feel that they can invest in construction. You don't come here for a sterile debate that everything is bad. A government must try to do its best. Sometimes its best is not good enough. And the casual observer, I drive down the South Coast every morning on my private and domestic business, because I have private and domestic business. And you will see the construction. And I'm not going to name the projects, but what I will do is that I will express some disappointment that the various projects are not as labor-intensive as they used to be, so that when the government speaks of projects creating employment, I hope the government does not raise the expectations of the hundreds of artisans across this country, masons and carpenters and electricians and plumbers. I hope the government does not raise their expectations in speaking of projects began and projects yet to be started. A lot of them are not as labor-intensive as they used to be, and that is a source of some disappointment. But you don't quarrel with reality, because the reality may be that the new techniques are employed precisely for that reason, so that they are, to use this term, cost efficient. And cost efficiency is related, in many cases, to the elimination of labor. That's the reality. And I would like us to desist and to cease this practice of promising employment that really may not exist when a lot of these projects begin. I remember well post office when it was being constructed. I'm of the generation that will remember these things. I was a teenager, I remember. And any building project used to be teeming with workmen. 4:30 on evenings, 4:35, you saw streams and streams of workmen in their hard hats emerging from those properties. Today, that's not the case. And we must begin to have honest dialogue with the people of Barbados and to say to them that building techniques have changed to the point where they are no longer labor-intensive. And if we continue to have a frank dialogue with Bajans, we may say to them as well that those that employ labor seem not to be employing Barbadian labor. We do not come to quarrel with private investors. What we are obliged to do as a parliament is to indicate to the local population that in many cases they are being excluded. The question is, are they being excluded unfairly by government policy? Let the government provide that answer. Are they being excluded by government policy? Let the government answer that question. It's a simple question. The answer, I think, is simple too. But I ask the government to give that simple answer. I heard the Honourable Member for St. Michael West Central speak to arrival numbers in terms of tourism, and I was grateful to hear, if the debate must be honest and sober, I was relieved to hear the Honourable Member for St. Michael West Central say to this chamber, and by extension this country, that his arrival statistics do not include the air-to-ship arrivals. And I had come here to inquire about that. And he answered the question in advance of my inquiry. And we hold the government to that disclosure. We all know now that the Barbados Statistical Service was hacked. We all know now that some time ago, the government apologized to this country for a false declaration of estimated arrivals, so that we are aware that we live in an environment in which mistakes may be made and have been made in relation to arrivals. And while we are prepared to accept the assurance given by the Honourable Member for St. Michael West Central, we also acknowledge that mistakes have been made in the past. But I say to him, in good faith, that we will accept his assurance as to the fact that government is not using air-to-sea arrivals to augment tourism numbers into Barbados. It is something that could so easily be done. And I was also hoping, and I'm sure the Honourable Member for St. Michael West Central will say to this House that neither have the return of Barbadians who have gone shopping in Panama, neither will their arrivals back here be counted as tourism arrivals. And I'm sure he will give that assurance. But while giving that assurance, the Honourable Member for St. Michael West Central will want to say to this country and to this Parliament whether the COPA project has failed as a tourism project, whether the COPA project has become one of an alternative Miami, where Bajans go to shop and to enjoy the delights of an exotic city and to return home in large numbers. In short, how many tourists, how many authentic tourists are coming on COPA? I don't have the information. I don't have the statistics. And it is irresponsible for me to stand in this Parliament and guess. And that is why a tourism minister is here, to give to this country statistics and to say how the COPA project has progressed as a tourism project. Is it bringing Panamanians and South Americans into this country in any numbers at all? Or has it become an air ferry service for Barbadians who seek an alternative to Miami? We do know that the Cayman Islands project has failed. We know that. And having failed, I don't think you should condemn the minister. That is life. You try something, and there are two possible results: failure or success. We believe the Cayman Islands project has failed. We did not support its concept, since we never thought that Cayman Islands offered much in terms of an investment into an airline to bring tourists to Barbados. We never thought so. Again, there are those of us who know that the travel from Cayman to Barbados, when it used to be through Miami and back down to Barbados, was that of Barbadians who work there, who are always eager to return home. The place is small and unexciting. Whatever you say, it's not a condemnation of the Cayman Island environment, but it is small, very small, and not exciting at all. And the heaviest traffic used to be, I think, that of the Barbadian teacher, police officer, public servant, who probably every month or every 2 months would come home through Miami, sit down in the airport for that extended time and not bother because he's eager to see his beloved Barbados. And therefore the Cayman Island project was ill-conceived as a tourism project. And there are those of us who will become tired of us saying, or who will become tired of us lamenting the loss of Liat. In the aftermath of Liat, we have tried many things, many airlines. The Minister of Tourism will at some point give a report as to the success or failure of these other airlines with respect to the movement, the efficient movement of people across this island chain. I hope I will never regret saying, and I doubt that I will regret it, saying that, largely speaking, nobody can accuse Liat of having been a failure. 1974 to 2024, 50 years. That's a long time flying. That's a long time. And no project fails over a 50-year period. I want to say that the government erred. I want to say this, that the government erred when it withdrew from Liat. And I'm not here to give personal testimony, but hundreds of thousands, millions of Caribbean people moved across this region and had commercial and recreational intercourse, the carnivals and so on, because there was something called Liat. Millions of people moved between Jamaica and Guyana in the southern hemisphere because there was something called Liat. And they did it for close to 50 years. No airline can be deemed a failure when it survives for 50 years. Not here to give personal testimony, but in Liat, in spite of the alleged inefficiencies, I was well pleased. And I hope that that pleasure becomes replicated in its replacements. And if the replacements have been equal in the quality of their service given to the people of this region, let the government at some point declare how the replacements are performing. Let this debate remain sober without interventions of a certain quality and interventions which seek to disparage with nasty falsehood persons who come here to do the people's work. If there's nothing constructive to say, keep your characteristics silent. Do not pin medals on your chest. By exclaiming falsehood. We're having a serious debate in here today. And so, Your Honor, I close where I began. I close where I began. And this legislation has had life before this Parliament. And no one is so disingenuous as to dismiss the legislation for its worth. But one questions the value of the legislation coming at a time like this, the value of an amendment coming at a time like this, when a government displays a propensity for generous treatment of a sector, while at the same time being stingy with another sector, another productive sector in this economy. That's the point, apples and oranges, though. Today, who are the apples and who are the oranges? Who among us must take unfair treatment and be told that we are entitled to no better treatment? Apples and oranges, for God's sake. Who do you think you are? And that is what the people of this country are being told. And it is so ironic. I believe this is the last sitting before Christmas. And these are the glad tidings that this government brings to the poor people of this country. These are the glad tidings that this country brings, that this government, I beg your pardon. These are the glad tidings that this government brings to the people of this country on the eve of Christmas. Apples and oranges. Generosity displayed towards the wealthy. No one begrudges them that. And contemptuous treatment for those who can barely manage to pay a bill. And anybody that is uncomfortable with that disclosure, bear the discomfort. It is not untrue. People in this country are struggling. And we come to this Parliament on the eve of Christmas and dispense generously towards multimillionaires. I don't have a problem with that. It's an industry that we must take seriously. It employs people. They pay taxes. But the poor people employ people too. Themselves. Modestly. Behind a counter in a marketplace and braving the winds and the waves at sea. They employ people themselves and they are people too. And they pay taxes too. Apples and oranges, though. Let Hansard reflect that today. And they can spin it however they want. But Hansard has it. Hansard has it, and may Hansard communicate it to the people in Six Mines, Paynes Bay, Pile Bay, the Bridgetown Fisheries, Oyston, Silver Sands, and Tank Bay. May Hansard communicate to them today that when it comes to the dispensation of state resources for various industries in this country, that the fishing industry must not be treated equally as the other man, $3 million. And we boasted about that. And we are dealing here with concessions that far exceed $3 million, far exceed $30 million, may far exceed 300, maybe $300 million for all you know. This is a very short amendment. The Tourism Development Amendment Act. I will say, in a sober exchange with the Minister of Tourism, and I say this to him by way of information as a patriotic Barbadian, we're dealing with villas today, but I had an experience yesterday, on Monday. I was driving through the constituency of St. Michael East. I drove up My Lord's Hill, to be precise. And there's a street opposite, or obliquely opposite, the Rubis gas station. And I looked through there at the shop that has been there for many years. And I saw what could have been, don't want to miscount, probably 15, 20 tourists in a village. In a village! What better expression of community tourism than that? In the humble constituency of St. Michael East. I doubt there's any part of St. Michael East that is typically associated with the tourism product or the tourism project in this country. Minister, I ask you in the presence or through the Honourable Deputy Speaker to pay some attention to community tourism. I saw it at work yesterday. I speak as a patriot. I speak as a citizen. I speak as a responsible leader of the opposition in this country. I speak as the voice for those who may not otherwise have a voice. And I don't know the owner of that shop. I don't know how those tourists got there, but they were there. Because a lot of tourists who come here want to feel what is authentically Barbadian. And you know, Honourable Member, they go two places. The church and the rum shop. And they love to visit the Anglican churches. And that is not a bias. I'm not an Anglican. Although I do love an Anglican hymn. I was in one on Sunday, Christ Church, Parish Church, to be precise. Overlooking Oystins. And I didn't see one of my colleagues in here. I wonder where they were. Beg your pardon? Parliamentary colleagues. Not partisan colleagues. You know I'm alone on this side. You think so? I got some news for you. Got some news for you. But community tourism has great potential for this country. And it was not only the rum shop in My Lord's Hill, I'm sure the Honourable Member for St. Michael East is pleased to hear that. That his constituency now becomes a location for tourism. But sometimes we may become obsessed with the more prestigious locations. The restaurants, high-end. And as this legislation invites today, the villas. But there are villas of natural social intercourse between tourism and locals that make this country very, very attractive. In other words, you don't have to enhance or renovate a villa to make your tourism project more attractive. You free your communities of violence. That's what you do. Free your communities of violence and give your tourists a chance to interact with the Barbadian that used to be, who would hang out in the shop and play dominoes and talk about three Three things he would talk about: politics, religion, and you know the other one, ma'am. The three things that men talk about in rum shops. I've given two. And I saw that yesterday. Will this ministry ever consider concessions being given to places that can be described as community, places of community ferment? Or will we continue, will this government continue? When I say we, I meant this parliament. Will we as a parliament continue to favor the wealthy? I repeat, will we continue to make a distinction between apples and oranges and consider that one is of greater inherent merit than the other? Minister, through Her Honor, the Deputy Speaker of this Parliament, I commend to you an examination of the cultural and financial worth of those institutions that are rooted deep within our communities, that tourists find attractive, and the success of Oistins can be replicated in the nooks and crannies of this country. We're not playing cricket in the road anymore. We're not playing road tennis in the road anymore. Our pastures have been abandoned by the teenagers. Maybe the computer, just maybe violence. Somewhere I read, my peace I leave with you. My peace I give unto you. I pray that God will leave with this country in this blessed season a peace for which it yearns. I pray that God, through his agencies, will give to this country a peace at this blessed season that it has not seen for many, many months, going into years, as citizens have retreated. And if the citizens of this country have retreated within their own communities, what do you expect the tourists to do? We have a lot of fixing to do in this country, culturally and socially. We have a lot of fixing to do. And it may be that shop in My Lord's Hill has done some fixing and has fixed itself in a manner that has allowed some taxi driver to say, this is a place that you will want to see. It warmed my heart, not as a politician, but as a Barbadian. That there was a peace in that small location that became attractive to our guests. We are their hosts. They are our guests. And I make that point, as I said before, to make the other point. Sometimes we may need to climb down from the high places of prestige and to reach into our local communities and to give concessions to people of lowly station, from St. Lucie to St. Philip, to Christ Church, which has been a success, Dover and Oistins, and the East Coast has been trying with Bathsheba and Tank Bay. Within a new dispensation or another dispensation, will our tourism planners consider that these are places qualified for concession? Unless, of course, we subscribe to the philosophy of apples and oranges. They are fit too. They are fruit too. And they're worthy fruit. And both are of good taste. Both can go into the same salad. Apples and oranges, they often go into the same salad. I expect that this government will seriously consider tourism, community tourism, beg your pardon, as a viable avenue for the general development of the tourism product in this country. Your Honor, I am grateful for the time that you've given me, and those are my submissions in relation to this amendment, which is not in principle opposed, since the amendment springs from legislation already existing, which has also not been opposed. Let me make that clear, that there's no opposition to the grant of concessions to citizens, human or corporate, except that we expect equal generosity in relation not to corporate citizens alone, but to those who number among the humble, the meek and the humble. Give to them their just portion of this economic earth. Your Honor, I'm obliged to you.
Member for Christchurch, right?
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. First, let me start. The Honourable Member spoke about him having visited Christchurch Parish Church. And I found it interesting because I happen to know that the Honourable Member is a member of a church in the great constituency of Christchurch West, Hawthorne Methodist. It also happens to be a church that my parents actually got married in. And it is a church that I, too, frequent often. Let me say at the outset, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I fully and completely and unreservedly support this amendment to the legislation. And why do I do that? It's a simple amendment. It is to add a word renovate, to give people the opportunity to renovate their villas as part of the Tourism Development Act. And why is that important? It's important for several reasons. First reason that is important is if you want to have a welcoming environment, you have to keep your property up to date. You cannot expect that people will come on a recurring basis to a property that has become tired and used. So therefore, you have to keep abreast and keep it renovated. That's the first thing. The second thing is we as a government are encouraging people to go into brown spaces. It means that every time you have a tourism investment, it will not be a greenfield investment. So therefore, people must be given the opportunity to have brownfield investments. And it is not only those that started out as villas, but houses that may have been residences that can be renovated to become villas. And that is the point I think the Honourable Member missed in what this debate is about. And I understand it, because whether we like it or not, there are more people that want to get into the industry, more people that are showing confidence in this government, more people that are prepared to come and invest their money to be able to house and to be able to give people that opportunity. We have to understand as a government, as both administrations have, that those people who invest their money would want a concession with what they're investing in the country. It is unfortunate, it is highly unfortunate, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the honourable member that just took his seat sought to conflate a concession with a payment. That's the unfortunate thing. And we were treated to 2 hours of what the differences is and what poor people can get and not get and so on and so forth. But one is a concession and the other is a payment. 2 definitely distinct things. And that's clear. And I'm not going to go back over what the Honourable Acting Prime Minister went through very, very clearly and very, very concisely about the differences between a concession and a payment and the differences of the 2 debates. And it's unfortunate the Honourable member sought to conflate the 2 matters, and he's waxed far and wide. We heard about Panama, Miami, all sorts of things all over. I am not going to go down that rabbit hole because I cannot be saying that he has done that and then do the same thing. I am going to stick absolutely and clearly to the matter at hand. This is the matter of what villas get with respect to concessions. Now, and I don't intend to be very, very long on this debate, the honourable member also spoke about how he's not seeing numbers of people at hotels and properties that are being renovated. But what we have to understand, and you remember did allude to it at some point, is that there are new techniques in building. And this is correct. And one of the new techniques is to build a lot of the members off-site and then transport those members on-site. So going forward in the construction industry in Barbados, you may not see the numbers that you used to see many, many years ago, because you have to understand a lot of construction is done off-site. It does not mean that there are less people working on that project. It means that there are less people working on that site for several reasons. Reason number 1, the sites tend to be tight. And let's look at Indigo. You couldn't want a tighter site than the one next to Hastings Plaza at Indigo. Very tight site, lots of construction done off-site and then transported on-site. So you don't see immediately the number of people that you used to see in the past. So we have to understand that as construction technologies improve and evolve, you will see different ways of doing things. Many times members are brought in whole or significant large. That's why you see cranes these days. Many times in the past, you wouldn't see cranes because people were lifting blocks only. But now, because they're lifting larger members, then those pieces put into place by larger pieces of equipment. And we have to understand that that will be the kind of construction going forward. Also because of the heights that are associated, it tends also to be a safer way of doing construction for the people involved. Now, the honourable member spoke about the millions of dollars in concessions. And I found it interesting that the honourable member would speak about that, because it was the Democratic Labour Party administration that gave the sweetest deal to a concessionaire in the history of Barbados. The Democratic, and I want to be slow and clear in my words. It was the Democratic Labour Party administration, Madam Deputy Speaker, that gave the sweetest of all concession deals in the history of Barbados. It was so sweet that the other people who had been hoteliers here for years were begging and pleading to see if they could get the same concessions that were never given by this administration or any administration before or after that were given by the Democratic Labour Party to a concessionaire. And let's examine these concessions. Let's examine them. In 2013, it was described as a sweetheart deal. A sweetheart deal. It was a waiver of all import duties, all taxes, all imports and levies of any nature whatsoever including value-added tax on all the importation of our local importation or local purchases. So it wasn't only imported purchases, it was local purchases, all waivers. Waivers on all capital goods, building materials, articles of hotel equipment, furniture, furnishings, fixtures, fittings, construction, machinery, boats, watercraft, vehicles for the hotel's use, televisions, computer equipment, and it goes on and on with that. But it didn't end there. It was a waiver on consumables for all the operation of the hotel, included but not limited to operating supplies, saw furnishings, printed materials, guest supplies, spa supplies, paper, stationery, books, spare parts for equipment, and it didn't end there. It was a waiver on all food, alcohol, and beverages. And it's a waiver for 25 years. No other hotel had that. Nobody else had it, but the Democratic Labour Party saw it fit to confer the same concession the honourable member talking about now on an entity. But I went going further, a lot more. But I want to go further. These concessions last for 25 years, and you would think, well, at the end of 25 years, it would come back. No, Madam Deputy Speaker. After 25 years, then another 15 years at half of the concession. 40 years of concessions conferred by the Democratic Labour Party, the party that the honourable member now leads. And, well, no, it's a matter of record. It's the same record that the honourable member talked about of putting things in Hansard was in the same record, in the same Hansard. And it's surprising, you know, sometimes you come to this honourable chamber, and it happens all the time. The honourable member comes and he speaks about things that are offensive and so on. But little does he remember the history of the administration that he now heads, that did the same and worse, and comes to suggest that this government is doing something untoward. Well, it is not. And I want the people of Barbados to understand, but it went further. Waiver of all import duties, tax imposed on levies of any nature on all vehicles required for the operation of the hotel, including vehicles assigned to senior managers. Yes, Madam Deputy Speaker, including vehicles assigned to senior managers. And it went further. All import duties, taxes, imposts, and levies of any nature whatsoever on personal household effects and visitors for staff who are contracted to work in Barbados and are not citizens or permanent residents of Barbados. Yes, saucepans. All of these same things that the honourable member is accusing the Barbados Labour Party administration of. The Democratic Labour Party did it and went further. But you know what is interesting? Even the hoteliers' management was so astounded at how far the Democratic Labour Party administration went that they went on record to say that they are extremely delighted and totally satisfied with what the then Minister of Finance has done to support the hotel in Barbados. He himself could not believe the amount of concessions that he had benefited from, and went on to say that they anticipate that these concessions would be in the value of $100 million. $100 million. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, if the honourable member, I know the honourable member must be there thinking to himself, why did I even go down this road? Because I go down this road. First thing, it was clear that in his unusual way of speaking, he supported the bill. because he said nobody could contest it or nobody could dismiss it. So that's his unusual, circuitous way he supported the bill. And I get it. I get it. You don't want to bring the words out of his mouth, but I can help him. He support the bill. And he would have to support the bill because he knows in his bosom that the Democratic Party administration have given away all the concessions in the world to one concessionaire. All the concessions in the world. But you know, if they hadn't, and by the way, these concessions are 25 years and 15 years. But you know, maybe it would have considered, if they hadn't given away all those concessions, maybe we could have helped some vendors and make a payment to those vendors a little more than we can now afford. But of course, if the cash isn't there, because you've given away all of those concessions, then you have to operate with what you have. And that's the crux of this. This is a very simple matter, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a matter that allows the villa owners and people that want to get into the industry to take existing properties, and you don't have to build. Sometimes you can renovate, which means sometimes you could take a property and add on, make it better, improve it, make it a property that people want to come to. And there's the important thing about it. There's one other matter that I found very interesting, Madam Deputy Speaker. The honourable member that just took a seat had the audacity to talk about failure or success. I call it audacity, because he said clearly that you can only have two outcomes, failure or success. I don't know who this cap fits, but if, Madam Deputy Speaker, I left a successful political party, I tried to go and get into an unsuccessful political party. It took me several months to get people to agree that I could join the unsuccessful political party. And after I joined the unsuccessful political party, the measure of my failure is that multiple people resigned from that same said party in disgust of me becoming the leader of said party. Now, I would say that is a failure. I could not say that is a success. But whoever the cap fits, let them wear it. And let them remember all the time, when you come to give a submission in this honorable chamber, look at the history of what your party has done before you criticize what this party is doing to take this country forward. You know, Madam Deputy Speaker, my mother always told me, when you point one finger, three pointing back at you. Another way, don't throw stones because we live in glass houses. I am not saying that this government is perfect. I know the other government was not perfect at all, was imperfect. But we are trying our best to make the Barbadian population enjoy a better life, to take this country forward, even if it's by 1 inch. We work hard to do that. You know, as I was passing down the corridor, I heard we have here the recordings of prime ministers speaking. And I just happened to hear, as I was passing down the corridor today itself, that a prime minister was making it very, very clear. A vibrant economy is a way to a successful society. Nobody says that having a perfect economy is everything, but we accept that you cannot get the perfection of a society without first having the means of the economy. And that is the important point. It was a prime minister from that party. It was a prime minister from that party, not from this party. And I don't know where the intelligence has gone, because clearly they had some intelligence at that party at that time. Because I understand and I reflect on what that prime minister from that party was saying. And we as a nation have to understand that government and politics and country is a balance. And it is striking that balance that is correct for everybody that we strive to get to. So yes, there are going to be opportunities that people who have lots of money get opportunities in concessions. Yes. But you take also the revenue that you get from the taxes that they pay. Once you could get taxes and not from the concessions that the other people give, the revenue that you get, then to give to the other people who are less fortunate than they are. It's about balance. It is about using opportunities, using abilities, and using talents to make something better for the people of Barbados. So, as I said, Madam Deputy Speaker, I did not intend to be long. The Honourable Member spoke about oysters. This is not the time for me to speak about oysters, but I will speak about oysters when the time is right. I will speak about oysters. The Honourable Member talked about hotels. When in Barbados have you seen 5 hotels simultaneously under construction in this country? It is a show of confidence in the leadership. It is a show of confidence in Barbados and its people. It is a show of confidence to the world that Barbados is going places and doing things. When last have you seen that? Well, I could tell you when. Never. Never have you had 5 hotels, 5 substantial hotels being built simultaneously in this country. Now, yes, others are going through renovation, but they're being replaced by others that have come online. Wyndham, with 420 odd rooms, has come online, and it come at a time to replace others that are now being renovated. And that's the important point. Because whether we like it or not, you're going to have to renovate because you have to keep abreast of the times. Materials will degrade. Paints will flake and fail. And therefore, you have to keep a constant renovation. And that is what this bill is about. Renovating to build back better. Build back better. And we do that time and time again as we continue to make Barbados a better place for all. I'm obliged.
Honourable Member for St. Peter.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to join the debate briefly, but I thought I needed to because tourism in Barbados is a people industry. Tourism employs significant numbers of our population, and it employs significant numbers of our population across a range of skills, across a range of technical abilities, across a range of academic achievements. We cannot discount the matter of the importance of this industry. Now, allow me, before I get further into that people component, to speak to a matter raised by the Honourable Member for Christchurch West. And I'm glad that he raised it and I didn't have to raise it. Because every time I think about it, and this is now, Madam Deputy Speaker, 12 years later. This is 12 years later. What the Honourable Member for Christchurch West spoke to happened 12 years and about 3 months ago. I remember it and I get upset every time I think about it. I remember it because it is burnt into my psyche. I remember it, Madam Deputy Speaker, because in the March or April of that year, I, as president of the Barbados Hotel and Tourism Association, wrote to the Democratic Labour Party government and asked for concessions for about 14 items about 14 items that we wanted to have in the hotel sector duty-free. The Democratic Labour Party condescended to give us one item duty-free, heavy cream. One item out of 14. And then, Madam Deputy Speaker, 5 months, I believe, later, we saw a letter signed by the Minister of Finance in the Democratic Labour Party government, giving all of the concessions that the Honourable Member for Christchurch West just spoke to. We were flabbergasted. Some of us were angry. Many of us felt insulted, betrayed. And I'm talking about local investors, members of the association that I then led, asking for about 14 items. And the leader of the Democratic Labour Party today has the gumption. I don't know how Hansard records that, but has the gall, the temerity. I from Rosa, we don't use that kind of big words, but has the audacity to speak about concessions to villas as though there's something significantly almost evil about it. Because I think we record that even though it is couched by saying, well, all parties give concessions and there is nothing wrong with concessions, we know that the tone with which it was spoken was intended to say to John Public and Jane Public that something wrong is happening in this honorable chamber today. The Democratic Labour Party has gone where no other party has gone. And if I may, I am not going to join with the Honourable Member for Christchurch South to ask the Honourable Member for St. Michael West Central anything about Ammon. I can give him the answer, Madam Deputy Speaker. When we came to office, the Honourable Member for Christchurch South was then of the mind of doing right by the people. And he was part of a government that said to the organization that received that kind of concessions, those kinds of concessions from the Democratic Labour Party, we said, we can't go down the road with that. That, Madam Deputy Speaker, is one of the reasons why the development of that property has not taken place yet. I know I'm the MP, I was involved. I want people in the north, including people in St. Peter, to get work at that location. But Madam Deputy Speaker, I am not prepared to go where the Democratic Labour Party was attempting to take this country and had indeed taken it with respect to one other investment. We are not in a race to the bottom. The Democratic Labour Party was taking us in that direction. We said, hold on. We are prepared to assist, but we are not prepared to give you the whole country as we assist you. That is one of the reasons. I am not sure if the Honourable Member for Christchurch South is upset that we did not give away the kitchen sink, the everything, and get the investment. Maybe that is the reason why he has been asking me to speak, to ask the Honourable Member for St. Michael West Central. But I just wanted to point out, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the most outrageous act of granting concessions is an action by the Democratic Labour Party. I thought I should just make that very clear. But he must own it. He used to be a part of it, and he has gone back to be a part of it. I heard somebody talk about submerged to the top. I'm not sure what that means. I assume you have to have oxygen and a mask. Well, it seems to be your friend. It seems to be your friend who said that. But Madam Deputy Speaker, on the matter of villas, I ought to say something and probably make an admission that I do not think I've made publicly, but I certainly have made it privately. Early on in my tenure as leader of the Barbados Hotel and Tourism Association, I started to mouth off on this matter of villas. I use the word mouth off now. I would not have said it when I was speaking, but you will understand why I use the term now, mouth off. At the time when I raised the issue, the luxury sector in this country was losing a lot of ground to the villa sector. I spoke at length about my concern, and one or two mornings after, I got a call from someone who was actively involved in the villa sector. I said to that gentleman, who is now departed, but a lovely gentleman who called me not to chastise me, because he recognized that I meant no ill. I was not brash about what I was saying, but he spent about 20 to 30 minutes educating me about the villa component of the tourism sector. I invited him to come to my workplace to have a meeting with me a morning, I think the following week. And I have to say to you, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I really received an education. On another occasion, very soon after, another person involved suggested to me that I ought to have, as leader of the association, an experience in staying in a villa. It was arranged, and I was able to spend 2 nights in a villa. And I'll tell you, Madam Deputy Speaker, the reason why I say that probably I was mouthing off at the time is that after experiencing a villa, I realized that I had no clue about how that segment of the accommodation sector of the tourism industry had become so popular. My family, Madam Deputy Speaker, was able to wake up when we wanted, have breakfast at whatever time we wanted, decide what we wanted for breakfast, have other people, we had a family that is a family friends of ours, come over. We did not have to register them at reception. And I spent those 2 nights in that accommodation, realizing that I knew very little about that which I'd spoken about probably about 2 months before. The villa market in this country is extremely important as part of the accommodation mix that we offer. The entire Western world is experiencing what we are experiencing with respect to demographic shifts. Our populations are getting older. There is also a yearning for family travel that includes taking parents and grandparents. Ordinarily, in the regular hotel sector, one would need to book multiple rooms. One would have to request adjoining rooms. The Honourable Member for St. Michael West Central will tell you a hotel will never be able to guarantee that you can get 3 or 4 rooms in close proximity. But the villa allows you to book a location, a facility that has those bedrooms in it, many ensuite bathrooms sometimes, and all the other services that I spoke to earlier. It is an important component. It allows people, not just the rich, the wealthy and the well-to-do. As a matter of fact, it allows people in the middle-income people, a more affordable accommodation option if they want to travel with the people they love. If they want to travel with their grandparents, their parents, their children, the villa accommodation allows them to do that in a very cost-effective way. Barbados is a small country. Barbados is not a market for mass tourism. In other words, we have never positioned ourselves as a market, for example, for spring breakers. We are not a mass market. We are too small. We have to be environmentally sensitive. And so, as we practice sustainable tourism, and the Honourable Member for St. Michael West Central spoke to the fact that we will, in future, be saying some more, and he will be leading some more with respect to the matter of environmental sustainability as it relates to the tourism industry. If we are to do that, if we are to be responsible, then we have to ensure that we provide the kinds of accommodation that will allow for those who want to come and spend and employ our people. We must be able to provide the accommodation that allows them to do so comfortably, financially comfortably. This market is essential to the mix that we offer. We talked earlier about attractions and those kinds of things. When a person is going to travel, maybe the first thing you do is to look for a flight. But very close behind is where am I going to stay? You don't travel for an attraction without some understanding of where you plan to lay your head. The accommodation subsector and addressing the mix is important. This bill, as brief as it is, as a matter of fact, I think its brevity really does not speak to its importance. Because what we have, we often say that we are good at building things. The Democratic Labour Party is famous. We have a building that they built next to the dump. Sometimes the decisions of people say exactly where their minds are. But you build a building close to a dump, and I'm speaking about the Democratic Labour Party, and $30 million, is it? Almost $30 million. And it is a building that you can hardly use. No. The Democratic Labour Party is a very interesting creature. But allow me to move on, Madam Deputy Speaker, just to say that we have a way of constructing, but not focusing as much on maintaining. We see that a lot with government buildings. We see it with buildings in the private sector sometimes. We are building, we're constructing, but we're not maintaining. Building a villa is one thing. And just let me say something to you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and to Barbados through you. While the Honourable Member for Christchurch South will talk about quoting in US dollars and talking about $15 million, and I know that he knows this, he just chose not to say it. The qualification for villa, or a villa is defined as a property, among other things, as a property with at least 3 bedrooms, 525,000 Barbados dollars. Now, that is not the cost of a chattel house, but it would be disingenuous to give the impression that you have to have 50 million or 15 million or 10 million to build a villa. I am not saying that everybody in Rosehill can build a villa. What I am saying is that you do not have to spend $1 million US, $15 million US in order to build a villa. I just want to make that clear. Those who sent me here have sent me here and have said to me they recognize that I have some level of credibility. So I'm not going to mislead, and I'm not going to use emotion or emotive language to try to mislead. I am not talking about building a chattel house. I am talking about building a villa. But we have to be clear as to what we are talking about in actuality. Now, the matter of concessions is an interesting one. In the late 1940s, the International Labour Organization considered a convention, and the convention spoke to labor clauses. In that convention, in the recommendation that accompanied that convention, it spoke about subsidies. Subsidies are payments that are made. Money is taken and transferred to an account. Back then, it's probably money in a check, transferred to some organization, some entity to assist it. The evolution of that is concessions. And I think we ought to make clear that concessions are given to encourage the development of entities, particularly businesses. To encourage the development of businesses, not for the sake of the business itself, but for the sake of national development. And that is why tourism, while it enjoys maybe the substantial proportion of concessions, there are also concessions given to agriculture. There are also concessions given to the fisheries sector. So concessions are not unique to tourism, and they're certainly not unique to villas. The interesting thing about the tourism sector is that it has been and continues to be a sector that has had to maintain a level of global competitiveness. Global competitiveness. Barbados has never been able to enact any protectionist measures to protect its tourism industry. And the reason for that is that the customer is not based here, by and large. There are local customers, but the majority of the customers who receive tourism services are not based here. And so they are in a position to sit down in a house in Bristol, in New Jersey, in Texas, in Panama, somewhere, and look previously in a magazine, in the office of a travel agent, and look at prices for Seychelles, prices for Las Vegas, prices for Barcelona, prices for Havana, prices for Barbados. And so we've always had in the industry in Barbados to be globally competitive. In order to maintain that competitiveness, in order to be able to maintain business activity, in order to be able to maintain the employment that I am concerned about. Governments across administrations has seen the value in offering assistance by way of concessions. And I said earlier, it is one thing to build, but when a house, because essentially that is what a villa is, when it is occupied by different kinds of people all through a year or for 9 months of a year, the wear and tear is significant. The wear and tear is significant. And we live now at a time when a person goes anywhere and you see something that looks a little bit worn. A photograph is taken, and it is placed on the net, it goes all over the world. And your facility is seen as either a worn facility, a pop-down facility, a facility that people don't want to encourage others to go to. We have to focus on maintaining. We have to focus on maintenance. And so it is entirely appropriate that this amendment come to this honorable chamber and the addition of renovation, ensuring that renovation is allowed. Because I am concerned that the villas that exist and the villas that will exist are maintained so that those who work in those entities, either in the entity itself, in the management companies, wherever they work, my interest, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that those jobs are maintained. As a matter of fact, that we get increases in jobs. The Honourable Member for Christchurch South ended his, well, let me say his speech. I was about to say tirade. I know that tirade is entirely parliamentary, but even though he quoted a lot of scripture and praying and all kind of stuff coming on to the end, I think he was doing it to redeem himself. And I appreciate when people attempt redemption. So I will say speech as opposed to tirade, because I think he had maybe a Damascus moment coming on to the end, and he landed reasonably well, even though he was very, very turbulent in flight. Crosswind. I was fearful that he was going to crash. And, that is not something you want to think about when you're debating a tourism bill. I was really concerned. But he spoke about community tourism as though he had unearthed some new thing. And I remember Paul on Mars Hill. It sounded as though he had somebody, because he normally gets his information, he stays very close to his phone, the information comes in, somebody sent something that spoke to community tourism. And he exploded about community tourism as though this was something new to Barbados. And he is commending this to the Honourable Member for St. Michael West Central. And he wants the Honourable Member to really look into community tourism. But let me tell you, Madam Deputy Speaker, sorry, let me say to you and to the person who was about to explode, that the Honourable Member for St. Michael West Central is fully seized about community tourism. As a matter of fact, this Honourable Member one Sunday morning accompanied me to my community. I spoke earlier today about a coastal community in Boscobel. Accompanied me there early one Sunday morning, about 8 o'clock, and we discussed at length what could be done in the area of community tourism. And that was not the first time that the Honourable Minister of Tourism was dealing with community tourism. He is fully seized. And I just say, Madam Deputy Speaker, if I may say through you, that we are happy that the Honourable Leader of the Opposition has come to realize that there is something called community tourism. We agree with him that it is important. As a matter of fact, we agree with him that it is critical to the development of a sustainable tourism industry. We are happy for his zeal, and we hope that as we continue addressing the matter of community tourism, that he will be on board and he will not use speeches to attempt to mislead the people of this country. Allow me to say to him that while it seems that the shop in St. Michael East is the first place he's ever seen visitors at a rum shop, I invite him to come to Six Men's any night of the week, and you will see visitors at the shop. He obviously, I think he was taking notes from his phone, so he did not hear me when I spoke about Six Men's earlier, to say that some of the most passionate people at the town halls that we hold right next to Brady's are persons, I try to be nice in my language, persons who do not look like us. No, you were not feeding him any information. He drove past. The honourable member does not lie. He may mislead. He does it he attempts to do it, but it's usually very crudely done. But he does attempt to mislead, but I don't think he lies. I don't think he lies. And if he does, he appeals to redemptive intervention. But if you go to Six Men's on almost any night, you will see visitors who have been coming there for years. There are many places across the island, Madam Deputy Speaker, that if the honourable member were not so cloistered, now at George Street, before I don't know where, he would have realized that there is active engagement already between visitors and local communities. I did not say that to suggest that we have reached where we want to get, because we have not. Work has to be done, and I want, in this honourable chamber now, to commend the Honourable Member for St. Michael West Central, because the Barbados Tourism Marketing Incorporated has been doing work with respect to community tourism, and in fact has sponsored a couple of events in Six Men's over the last few years related to this matter. But I just thought I would share that. Let me end, Madam Deputy Speaker, where I started. Tourism is a people industry. And I just would like to remind this honourable chamber that not too long ago, we came to this place and we sought to ensure that those who work in this industry are treated fairly. We brought to this honourable chamber the Labour Clauses Concessions Bill, which is now the Labour Clauses Concessions Act, attempting to make sure that workers were treated well in this country and in the industry that drives our economy. I came back to this honourable chamber and I established rates of pay and conditions of work for the hotel accommodation, the tourism accommodation sector. I am pleased to say that as we approach the tourism season, what we refer to as the winter season, I know the honourable member is really working hard to get rid of this seasonality, and I've said to him in jest that when I'm at the airport, I can hardly walk. I mean, there are people everywhere. Everywhere. They're not just seats coming in. There are people coming into this country. And as we approach, though, what is traditionally referred to as the beginning of the winter season, I've had the opportunity to meet, as recently as last night, with the Barbados Hotel and Tourism Association and the Barbados Workers Union. We have made significant strides, and I expect that in the coming hours or couple of days, we will be able to announce that we have reached an agreement with respect to the collective agreement between the BHTA and the Barbados Workers Union, and that will see some pay increases for workers. Those details will come once everything is finalized and the ink has dried. And I remind this honorable chamber that sufficient that the established clauses are based in part on collective agreements. It will be expected that I come back to this honorable chamber to update the established rates of pay and conditions of work. I, Madam Deputy Speaker, speaking on behalf of my people in the constituency of St. Peter, and also speaking more generally for the parish of St. Peter, a parish that relies in a significant way on tourism, and a party that wants to see good tourism product. We wholeheartedly support this tourism amendment bill. We recognize its importance. We reiterate that its brevity does not do justice necessarily to its importance, but we are absolutely sure that it will redound to the benefit of the industry that drives our economy. I'm obliged to you.
Minister of Tourism.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let me also take this opportunity to thank all those honorable members who participated in the debate. It has been a long evening, and I want to say that I appreciate the comments made on the floor. Clearly, we have a clear policy position in respect to where we're going. And of course, that very clear policy position will continue to benefit Barbados and all Barbadians. Madam Deputy Speaker, before I go into a lot of detail, and I'm not going, I promise you it won't be very long, but I felt it necessary to reflect on the vision of the former member, right honorable member who represented St. Peter in this chamber, who frankly is responsible for the development of the Tourism Development Act. And even though I didn't ask for permission, I don't think you will reprimand me if I say I refer to the late Right Honorable Owen Seymour Arthur, who has vision in 2002, facilitated the establishment of the Tourism Development Act. And ever since then, we can see that there are other countries all across the globe that continue to follow the policy position set out by the Tourism Development Act. They don't call it the Tourism Development Act in other jurisdictions, but what you can see is the building out and the expansion of condominiums, of villas, of hotels globally. And if you were traveling, for example, and you were going to what we refer to as the Middle East, you will see what Dubai's expansion has created as a result of the similar policy position adopted in Barbados. And we were the first out of the box in terms of developing the villa market, developing the luxury higher-end accommodation in Barbados. And I want to say that ever since then, both administrations, both the Barbados Labour Party and the Democratic Labour Party administrations have continued on a progress. Certainly, the Democratic Labour Party did not repeal the Tourism Development Act, and that is a statement of fact, because it was established in 2002 and it's still here today. So they did not repeal it, and therefore, based on that, you have to accept that they too would have believed and confirmed that the Tourism Development Act, as amended, is an excellent piece of legislation, and it serves the development of tourism in this country in a most fundamental way. You would have heard the honorable member for St. Peter making the point, and the honorable member for Christchurch West, who made the point that the Democratic Labour Party went beyond what the TDA was envisaged to be and expanded a range of concessions, claiming it under Chapter 67B of the Income Tax Act to ensure that other players who came into the market, that they were the beneficiaries. So when it comes to concessions, when you come to in this parliament and you speak to the granting of concessions, we have to cast our minds back to when the decisions were taken, not in this parliament, but in Bay Street, not by this administration, but in government headquarters by another DLP administration who made changes with respect to how concessions are governed in this country. And I am not going to apologize for the fact that we have a Tourism Development Act. And I'm not going to apologize because the Tourism Development Act, as amended, has served this country well. And it has allowed this country to improve its product, the quality of product. It has also allowed us to improve product offerings generally, because it's not only about hotels. It is also about attractions. It is also about restaurants, and it's about any other project that could be deemed a tourism-related project. And that, Madam Deputy Speaker, is where we have to depart with respect to contrast with what this Barbados Labour Party government will pursue as a policy position and what the Democratic Labour Party government would have pursued. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is fair to say that every 7 years, almost between 5 and 7 years, there has to be refurbishment of properties. If you're working in a hotel, and I've had the benefit of working within a hotel, not for 5 years, not for 10 years, not for 15 years, for a number of years. And truth be told, not that I'm boasting, but I've also worked for a very successful company, one that listed on the London Stock Exchange through St. James Bichitals at the time, first Barbadian company to be listed on the stock market. Then we delisted, went to private equity multiple times, then listed again, and then delisted on the last occasion as Elegant Hotels when we sold it to the Marriott Corporation. But it is true to say that every 5 to 7 years, you have to refurbish your plant. And what is being asked with respect to the Tourism Development Act in respect of renovations, it is not only renovations for a villa, but it's renovations that we have to undertake in a country that is committed to ensuring quality. And if we are going to sell quality, and we have to remain competitive, and if we are to remain competitive, it is important that we have concessions that are so geared to ensuring that villas can be renovated. Why do I say that villas ought to be renovated? You have a situation where, and it's defined within the Act, and it's Cap 341 within the Tourism Act, Development Act, Part 2, where it speaks to the definition of a villa. It talks about the fact that not only it should have at least 3 bedrooms at value at not less than $525,000. Not only that it's managed by a real estate company and employs no less than 3 persons. Not only that it's registered by the Barbados Tourism Authority as it is defined in this Act, but also it is available for accommodation of guests for reward, not for free, for a fee, at least 9 months in every year. And if therefore you have villa accommodation being rented to visitors in Barbados for at least 9 months, and there's some villas that go beyond 9 months, and there are people who are renting villas beyond sometimes 9 months in Barbados because they come, they stay, they go back. New people, new visitors come, they stay. And sometimes word-of-mouth advertising will spread, and therefore the villas will be fully occupied. And there's some cases in Barbados, take for example this winter season, and particularly in Christmas, and also in February, when it's difficult to find accommodation in Barbados, when it's even difficult to find accommodation in the villa market. And therefore, if you have, over the years, wear and tear in your property, it is only fair that you have concessions that allow persons, if they want to renovate a villa that has very high occupancy, that you give them the opportunity to do so. Because whether you like it or not, refurbishment of a villa, like the refurbishment of a hotel, obviously is a balance sheet item, and the Honourable Member for St. Peter can correct me. Because when you look at the capital costs employed, oftentimes you're talking about millions of dollars, millions. And it's not an expense sometimes that you can take out of your operating income to refurbish the villa. Oftentimes, you have to make another significant investment in the villa to refurbish it. And therefore, if after years of wear and tear, and we are coming to this Parliament, recognizing that the villa market has made a substantial contribution to the economy of Barbados, and in particular to the tourism sector, what is wrong with the government saying that if you have reached that threshold and you want to refurbish, then the opportunity for you to do so is to refurbish? And what are the benefits for the country? When you refurbish a villa, you're not using Barbados currency in most instances. You're using foreign currency. And when you are renovating a villa, what are you doing? You are not employing 1 or 2 or 3 maintenance persons. You are employing construction firms. And because the villas would have furnishings, high-end furnishings, I might add, it therefore means that you have to have a proper project manager. You have to have a proper quantity surveyor. You need to ensure that all the professional works and the artisans on the job will have to follow the design structures, especially when you have designers on the project. So I'm saying all that to say that the refurbishment or renovation of villas in Barbados also contributes in no small measure to economic activity in Barbados. And when they're contributing to economic activity, what does that mean? As I said, you have construction work going on, you have a number of artisans on the job, and they too are earning. And oftentimes the construction is not for 1 month or 2 months. Oftentimes you can have a refurbishment project in a villa, because oftentimes, if you look at the legislation, it says at least 3 bedrooms. But there are some villas in Barbados, if you look at them, you will believe that the villa is equivalent to a hotel. And therefore, it takes manpower to do all that is required with respect to these villas. I say that any refurbishment, any renovation project will spur economic activity in Barbados. Now, why do we need additional villas? And why do we want persons to continue to renovate? It is important to us because we have a situation in Barbados where, thankfully, you've had a Minister of Tourism who've decided to pursue an airlift strategy. And if you're pursuing an airlift strategy to bring in excess of 60,000 new seats to destination, it goes by saying that, of course, you not only have 60,000 seats, but you're likely to have, even if you're looking at the load factors that we're looking at now, sometimes even on the London route, it's difficult to get a seat coming into Barbados. Even if you're going to travel on business, to attend urgent business or otherwise, it is even difficult to get a seat. And therefore, the demand that we're experiencing with airlift and the support that we're getting, it tells the story that we have to ensure we improve our villa offerings. The world is changing. It is becoming even more competitive. And if we are to remain ahead of the curve and not fall back, then we have to incentivize not only the villas, but every other investment person involved in the tourism sector in Barbados. And that is why I'm telling you, I have absolutely no difficulty in supporting and piloting this bill. The other issue, as it relates to hotel investments, the Honourable Member for Christchurch West would have indicated that there's some investments coming on stream, and that is good. Because as we continue to build out our tourism airlift, as we build out our airlift, it is important that we have the requisite increase in the number of hotel rooms in the country. And if we are to have those increases in hotel rooms in Barbados, it is important for us that we build out even more room inventory in the country. And that is what we're doing. The leader of the opposition, and he asked about Almond Beach and Paradise, and respectfully I submit that yes, Almond Beach, I can't say too much with respect to what is likely to happen there, but I can tell you that I know that designs are almost to the point where it is necessary for the project to proceed. The other issue, in respect of Paradise, if you look and see what we're doing at Paradise, you will see that it's fenced, and you have the mesh on the fence, and it should indicate to you, since the Honourable Leader of the Opposition indicated on the floor of Parliament, that he traverses the west coast of Barbados. And if he goes to the west coast as often as I believe he's going, he said daily, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Honourable Member, but he says that he goes, well, he has a vested interest in the south coast. So I would expect him to be in the south coast. But he also goes to the west coast. But if he's coming down the Spring Garden, what we refer to, the Mighty Griner Highway, and he looks to his left, he will see that there's a fence there. You will see that there is the mesh attached to the fence. And I know, as bright as he is, he will interpret that there's some activity going on the Paradise site. I cannot speak in this Parliament on behalf of investors, but I can assure him that he knows, once, as he admitted he passes there, that there is activity happening with that general area. So I would say to the Honourable Member for Christchurch South, have no fear whatsoever in relation to the Paradise site, and I can also assure you, have no fear as it relates to the site in the Honourable Member for St. Peter's constituency. I am sure within the shortest possible time that those who are responsible for the investment will more than likely be making the appropriate announcements. But I want to say this, that the government inherited the Wyndham project, and we had to finish it. And thanks to the Honourable Member for Christchurch West, who went in there and had to jump in there as the minister senior minister responsible for infrastructure, to ensure that we open Sam Lawrence at the Wyndham. No opening is perfect, and that is a fact, and will never be perfect. But once you open and you do what they refer to as a soft opening, you work on all the required necessary changes in order to get to what we call the hard opening, then we don't have to worry. And I'm pleased to say that when you go to Sam Lawrence and you see at the end of the day what is a 420-room luxury property, that we are making progress. And it was the right decision to get it open. Had we not opened it, based on the refurbishment that Marriott is undertaking, we could have found ourselves in a position where we would have a net loss of rooms in the country. But I'm pleased to say that with the three Marriott properties currently closed for construction, one due to open shortly, and then next year you will have some other closures, that the country will not have a net loss in hotel rooms. And that is the important criteria. We know that there are other properties earmarked for to be open next year, one on the south coast, one on the west coast, which will also give us additional rooms in addition to all the other projects, the hotel projects under construction that we would have spoken about. The Hyatt, you have obviously a Pendry on stream, and you will have obviously the Royalton on the former Discovery Bay site. So we are moving in a direction to ensure that we increase the room inventory in Barbados, but at the same time, as a strategy, we elected to drive more airlines to Barbados to ensure that when those hotels are opening, we can build the case for additional airlift into the destination, and that is what we are focusing on as a government. I want to make this point as well, that there are Barbadians who've invested within the tourism sector. And I want to make a special plea for Barbadians to continue to invest in the tourism sector. It is absolutely necessary. We have taxi operators that have done extremely well by investing in the sector. We have restaurateurs who've done very well, who've invested in the sector. We have Barbadian hotel owners who've invested in the sector, and they too have done well. But I believe the time has come now where even more Barbadians should continue their investment in the tourism sector. It is on the right path. You don't need to be scared about the performance of it. There are persons who have done very well as a result of the tourism sector, and it is something that all Barbadians should consider. Madam Deputy Speaker, I also want to speak very briefly on new opportunities for attractions. Again, within the Tourism Development Act, provision is made for approved tourism projects, including attractions. And when you look at the section, and I hate to have to do this, but if you go to Part 2 of Cap 341, approved tourism projects and approved tourism product, it sets out that for the purposes of this act, a tourism project includes the construction of a new hotel, the alteration or renovation of an existing hotel, the conversion of an existing building or buildings into a hotel. It talks about the furnishing and equipping of a building, provision of tourist recreational facilities and tourism-related services, the construction and equipping of a new restaurant, the alteration or renovation of an existing restaurant, the construction of a new attraction or alteration of renovation of an existing attraction, the restoration, preservation, and conservation of natural sites, and the list goes on and on. And I want to make the point that if there are persons who want to invest, then they can invest, and they have a right to apply to the Ministry of Tourism and International Transport for the requisite concessions in accordance with Part 2, Clause 3, 1, and 2, and 3 under the said Tourism Development Act. So it is not only for what the leader of the opposition might refer to as wealthy people, and there are some wealthy people in Barbados too, but it is available for those who wish to take advantage of the concessions under the TDA. And I thought I would make that point because it's absolutely necessary. The other issue, as it relates to the hotel sector, is about brand transformation. And as long as we can continue to transform the brand. If you go to the south coast of Barbados, and the Honourable Leader of the Opposition should know the South Coast better than I do. But if you go through St. Lawrence Gap, for example, you will see the refurbishment works that would have been undertaken. There are some hotels who have invested millions. There are some others who decided to close earlier, just as soon as the traditional winter period came to an end. They went in there and they refurbished. And on another occasion, I'll be delighted to share the investments that hoteliers in Barbados have made in respect to the renovation and refurbishment of hotels in Barbados. But we need more of the brand transformation, especially on the South Coast, but there are lovely properties on the South Coast. And I might add that some of the properties on the South Coast of Barbados, some of those properties are competing within the price range with West Coast properties. Madam Deputy Speaker, the other issue that I wish to draw to your attention is the whole issue of air-to-sea transfers. And I made this point, and the leader of the opposition can take me at my word, that air-to-sea transfers are not counted in the arrival numbers. And that's a statement of fact. And I say on the floor, and you know the rules for misleading the House. We all know what the rules says about misleading the House. But the issue for us is that you can't count air-to-sea transfers in your arrival numbers because we count long-stay visitors. And in order for you to qualify as a long-stay visitor, then you will have to be staying in the country for more than 24 hours. So we don't count persons who are coming on air-to-sea transfer. They're transited, you have to record them, but they're not counted within the numbers, the arrival numbers for long-stay arrivals. The other issue that the leader of the opposition Okay. All right. So I will wrap up, Madam Deputy Speaker, very quickly. The issue with respect to Copa Airlines has to do with the fact that we are not counting Barbadians who are returning home on corporate airlines. Because if we count think about it logically. If we count all Barbadians who are returning home as visitors, then the numbers will be increased. So we can't count Barbadians who are coming home and returning home as visitors. The only persons who are counted as visitors are those who stay longer than 24 hours and those who have addresses in the United States of America. So I thought I would wish to put that to rest. The other issue is that Copa is not taking away any inventory from us. The issue is that we still have the American Airlines Miami flight. It is still going well. Copa has come in, and we're using that as a hub to Latin and South America, and those are opportunities for us. As it relates to the Dallas, Madam Deputy, so Madam Deputy Speaker, all I would like to do is to wrap up and say that I fully support this bill, and I want to say to all honorable members on this chamber that the Ministry of Tourism, the Barbados Tourism Marketing, Inc., will continue to do what we have to do in order to promote tourism and to ensure that we grow tourism from strength to strength. Madam Deputy Chair, I'm much obliged, and I do ask that this bill be read a second time.
Honorable members, the question is that this bill be now read a second time. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I do ask that you now leave the chair and the House resolve itself into committee for further consideration of the bill.
The question is that I do now leave the chair and this House resolve itself in committee for further consideration of this bill. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This chamber will now go into committee.
This honorable House is now in committee.
Clause 1.
Mr. Chairman, I beg that Clause 1 stand part.
The question is that Clause 1 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, we say no. We think the ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Mr. Chairman, I beg that Clause 2 stand part.
Question is that Clause 2 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. We think the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I do beg that you report to Her Honor the Deputy Speaker the passing one bill in committee.
The question is that I do now report to Her Honor the Deputy Speaker the passing of one bill in committee. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, thinks the ayes have it.
Honorable members, the chairman of committees has reported to me the passing of one bill in committee.
Madam Deputy Chair, I do ask that the bill now be read a third time.
The question is that this bill be now read the third time. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. I beg that this bill be now passed and so cited. Methinks the ayes have it. I beg that this bill be now.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that this bill be now passed and be so cited the Tourism Development Amendment Bill 2024.
The question is that this bill be now passed and so cited. All our members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This bill is now passed and so cited.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With that, we have come to the end of today's sitting. I therefore beg to move the adjournment of the House until Tuesday, the 17th of December at 10 a.m.
The question is that this House be now adjourned until Tuesday, the 17th of December at 10 in the forenoon. All other members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. This honorable chamber is now adjourned until the 17th of December at 10 a.m.